Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Monday, May the 24th. My name is Barry Anerson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William, so you guys can hear me and you can see my screen. So a couple things. I am short this APM. APM had quote-unquote positive phase one news this morning. APM and also looked at that 200-day moving average. It did actually gap up through the 200-day. Took it on the way down, 279. Let's see what happens. So I'm short APM at 279 from the pre-market. And what else? I'm sorry. Oh, the trade of the week. Right, I'm sorry to go over the trade of the week. Trade of the week is gold, American Barrack. Or not American Barrack, it's just Barrack now, for a long time actually. Sitting over the 200-day moving average, so that's always good. And the suggested entry is 25.05. How you trade it will be up to you. Now, what else has happened? Some of these China education stocks are taking it on the chin again. TAL down. Look at this, down 3.4%. EDU, they're all down about the same, 3.5%. EDU. Space, SPCE. Space had a successful launch on Saturday. So, coming into the 200-day moving average, though, 26.42 is the 200-day moving average, so it's about 80 cents away from that. See if they can, that might stall it. NGM, guys, this could be, last week we had a couple of really good ones, Iova, and I can't remember the other one, but anyway, NGM could be the disaster du jour as far as bios are concerned. Discontinuing their so they had negative results, mid-stage data, and they're discontinuing that particular trial. So, NGM's already down, however, and it's not a lifetime low, but this could easily continue down, though it has popped. It's come off the bottom, 14, so it's come off the bottom almost $2. ANVS, so that was the wild one on Friday, and then they announced the financing right about here. So this is the one, it almost got up to $100, was fading badly at the end of the day. They announced the financing, but it has popped a little bit. Popped a little bit this morning. Again, that's a wild one, only 4 million in the float. Almost got up to $100 on Friday. ANVS. SFT is gapped down. They are doing a financing also. Now, again, I always say this, but you guys are certainly on your own. Mara and Riot are both, well, they were anyway. Now they're starting to fade. Of course, complete crypto plays. Crypto has been all over the place this weekend. I think it got down to about 34,000, 32,000 or so, and it's popped back up to about 36,000. I may be wrong. After all, that was only 5 minutes ago or 10 minutes ago, so who knows where it is now. But anyway, crypto is wild. Laser was gapping up just as it was opening the room. LAZR was gapping up. It's pulled back a bit. Well, actually quite a bit. 25.28, so it's pulled back almost $2 from the highs. I don't see any following report that Tesla will be using LiDAR in self-driving technology tests. So of course they are, I don't know if that means they're going to be using their technology or just basically putting the approval on the technology. Not a lot, guys. I mean, here's my gap up. Here are my gap downs. Again, not too much action this morning, really. These are all, look at all these China education stocks. EDU, TAL, GoTo, and MOXC. All these education stocks from China. Actually, I'm wrong. Just a minute. I'm sorry. MOXC is not. It's a China stock, but it's not education. But these three are EDU, TAL, and GoTo. This is this was a buyout for some reason, KT. I may be wrong. Maybe it's not a buyout. This is a buyout though. SBBP is a buyout. And by the way, these are the four windows that I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down, and the gap up and gap down. Those are the four windows that I use in the pre-market. Of course, accessible from my homepage. Well, I didn't dive into. All I know is that they're raising money. So whether it's the details of it, I don't really dive into it. All I see is a headline: raising money, bad. Okay. All right, just kind of keeping an eye on this APM. See if I can get a big collapse into the 50s. Yeah, I just look at the ones that are up the most. That's it, Ahmed. I mean, I'm just looking at stocks that, oh, I'm sorry, I should have mentioned CREX size also. CREX is gapped up also. Then I want to check to see what sort of news, if there's some news. CREX. Trading higher. I don't see any specific news on CREX. It's just a matter of seeing the ones that are, up the most, down the most. Put them on it's not so much a watch list. These are just stocks that, have been active in the pre-market. Once the market opens, we have to wait and see what happens. I mean, space. I mean, you just have to be able to. I mean, when you see something that's up 20%, you have to say, okay, I wonder why that's up 20%. So you take a look at the news, and they had a successful space launch on Saturday. So I mean, that's the reason. So then you start to think, okay, is that enough to sustain it? Will it be sustained? I mean, well, nothing's 100%, but some of this news, you think, okay, could this be sustained once the market opens? So the first thing I did, I looked at space and I saw, there's the 200-day moving average. Not that far away. Could that block it from moving higher? As an example. Yeah, I don't know why, Real. Are you a subscriber? Are you just a subscriber to that subscription? So you're not a Trade Idea subscriber. You don't have a standard or premium subscription. Obviously, you don't. Otherwise, you wouldn't have paid $17. I don't know. All I can send you to is our homepage and ask. I have no idea why you haven't got it. Here's the link to the homepage. Okay. Sorry, I just don't have an answer for that. A long weekend for me. As far as I know, it expires 15 Challenger on Wednesday night. I mean, sometimes they stretch it for another day just to be on the safe side Wednesday. I mean, if you're going to take it, make sure you do it by Wednesday night, 11:59 p.m. The question was the test drive promo code, which I'm going to put in here. This promo code for 25% off. I think the email says it expires Wednesday, 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. I have no, again, I'm sorry, guys. I sometimes I just don't know. I don't see these emails that you guys see. But just to be on the safe side, I mean, if you're serious about taking out a subscription, just do it by Wednesday, 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time, for the 25% off. All right, 8 p.m. I'm just looking maybe for it to get into the 50s. Yeah, so are you in the same boat, Ahmed? You have not received the TI Strength email. If you haven't, if anybody who has not received it, I can't help you. I don't know why you haven't received it. But what I would do is just go to our homepage and say, hey, listen, here's the email I used to sign up and what's happening. I'm sorry, I just cannot help. All right, it is 9:16. Let me just do a check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades this morning from briefing.com. Not too many of each. Let me just get them in right now. Yeah, I see there's an upgrade for Beyond Meat. All right, 8 p.m. Thank you. Making my little pre-market. All right, there are the upgrades. Let me get some of the downgrades in now. Not too many. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. All right, guys, I just covered some of that APM. Let's see if it has any more leg down. All right, 919. So I just want to check to see if there's anything else. I don't see anything else sneaking into the. Well, this one, Okay, MMAC. What are you doing? This looks like a buyout. Yeah, this is a buyout. You can always sell a buyout. Flatlining right across here. So MMAC is a buyout. Keep an eye on. I'm out of this one, guys. PDSB. I am embarrassed to say that I forgot I held this one. I bought it towards the end of the day on Friday, and I'm embarrassed to say that I completely forgot. I'm thankful that I woke up this morning and it was up here. So I actually sold out of it. But PDSB, this was one we were watching on. I mean, look at the move it's had over the last few days. This is the next high looking left, 945. So I guess it still has some room. All right, just looking to see if there's anything else kind of sneaking in. I see Ride. What did Ride do? No, Ride is doing nothing. LAZR. Yeah, this could be, I mean, again, that press release, or how it got into that press release, now, okay, City is maintaining coverage. Okay, I do see that. Okay, so now I'm reading that press release a little. So Tesla report that Tesla will be using their technology in self-driving technology tests, okay? Okay, so there is some, I suppose we'll call it legitimate news. Riot has earnings today? Okay. Kind of just pour the last bit of my coffee in here. Riot has earnings today? Okay. We're definitely near the end of earnings season. Well, we really are at the end. Okay, I see that. Yeah. Okay. It has earnings after hours. I thought you meant it released earnings this morning. I believe Nordstrom's releases sometime this week. JWN. Take a look. May 25th, yes. So after hours tomorrow. Wow, look at APM, guys. And what a spike down here. It's a list curated by myself. Yes, Siri. Yes. Been waiting for one of these for a while, one of these little bios releasing quote unquote positive phase one results. And we see this a lot. All right. These little flurry of activity in the pre-market, and then reality sets in. I was also really interested in this 271, which was the 200-day moving average. A little surprised it did pop above it, but it gave a better short. Getting in at 279 on the short. Covered some at 254. Just one moment, please. Yeah, I'm definitely interested in the NGM. It has popped a little bit. You know, it's a couple of dollars actually off the lows, more than a couple of dollars off the lows. So, I mean, this doesn't quite fit the model of the two last week, which were basically making all-time lows also on the gap down with negative news, negative bio news. So it is actually trying to recover a little bit, but you know, this might give us a better short. Let's just make sure about this. So this is the news. Tumbles after flunks mid-stage study, phase 2 study. Did not meet its primary endpoint. Given the failure, the company has decided not to pursue phase 3 development. So they've, you know, that's it. They're scrapping this. So, I mean, not good news, obviously. No shorts available? Who's your broker, Paradise? Or Paradise. Paradox. It's a vacation in Canada. I'm working overtime, guys. Yeah, happy holiday to my fellow Canadians for Victoria Day. It is still called Victoria. I thought for some reason they had changed the name a few years ago, but it's still Victoria Day. All right, guys, market is going to open in about 3 minutes. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to minimize these windows here. Get set for this open. And as always, you want to follow my watch list up and down? Two ways. I mean, I'm still sharing my layout, my entire layout, okay? My entire layout. What you see, what on the shared monitor. So you can have it there. Or you can go to toolbar, click on new, and then channel bar, and then my watch list. Okay, Barry's watch list right there. Remember, everything in here is a layout, so you can only have one layout loaded at a time. Nothing will happen in these two windows until at least 9:45. I have no idea, Ryan. I have no idea why it's not updated. Never grumpy. There's only one grumpy. I don't know if he's here. Yeah, I don't. Again, Ryan, I'm not trying to dismiss it. I have no idea why the email did not go out regarding the TIS, or if you're clicking, you know, from the channel bar, it's not updated. I don't know. All right, guys, market is going to open in less than 1 minute. Let's have a great start to this trading week. And remember, the promo code is still alive and kicking until Wednesday night, 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. All the education stocks were sold off from China. There was some, I guess, some news out of China last week. I can't remember exactly what it was, but all the education, well, I shouldn't say all of them, but I mean certainly EDU and TAL and what's the other one? GOFU, or GOTU. So Ryan, just a confirmation, it has not upgraded. The TIS is not. Guys, we're opening now. Here we are. We're open now. So typically I do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I let things settle down a little bit. Number one. Number two, can't wait to see what sort of gap continuation or reverse alerts we get today. Again, I have a 15-minute delay on this window. If you've taken it from my homepage, you do not. You caught that, Ija. Guys, Crex, on the move here. CREX, on the move through the 200-day moving average. Coming into, looks like there's some pretty decent resistance on the daily chart, right around 225-ish. All right, guys, I'm all out of the APM. I might look getting back into this later on. I still think there might be a bigger collapse, but I'm all out of the APM short now. Not a bad little start for the morning. Look at Iova, guys. This is one of those disaster bios from last week. It is still, I mean, it tried to have a recovery 2 days ago. Yeah, well, space, we were talking about that. There's that 200-day moving average, 2642. What did it get to? I mean, it got to it a little bit, about a dime above it, and then it just got stopped in its tracks. Down goes EDU, guys. EDU, my guess is TAL is doing the same thing. COG is on the way. I think this is a buyout. I think they were doing a merger. If I'm not, I think it's a merger. Cabot Oil and Cimarex to merge. Yeah, so this is a merger deal. Wow, look at this getting crushed here. Yeah, Mike, I'm seeing several people talking about Thinkorswim, TOS. I'm going to say it one more time. You get what you pay for. Everybody wants free commissions. You got free commissions. I keep hearing every now and then about the platform. So I know horrors. You have to pay half a cent a share for at IB, half a cent a share. And people are ticked off. Anyway, off my soapbox. I'm hearing Wish. Oh, God. Look at this. Wish on the way down here. I don't see any specific news on it, but something is causing it to. I mean, I see there's some, as usual, class action suits, etc., but I don't see any specific reason. Not yet, anyway. I don't know. I haven't done anything with B plus yet today, so I don't know. I can't tell you that. Correct skies. I'm not aware of any issues with B+, but again, I haven't done anything with B+ this morning. Correct skies now over 2. Again, I think there's probably a lot of resistance around 225. Again, other China education stock guys, GOTU, the old GSX. They changed their symbol, so it's not an IPO here. But that didn't help them. They changed their symbol. Maybe, I don't know why they did it, but that has not helped them at all. Okay, I'm just looking at a couple of charts I have thumbnailed on my other monitor. See if there's anything kind of interesting happening. How's gold doing? Gold is the trade of the week, not the ETF, but Barrick. I don't think it triggered. Trigger is 2505, so it has not triggered yet. Guys, again, you're on your own in this one. ANVS, but a nice bounce so far. I mean, it's way off the highs on Friday. Almost got to $100. Announced the financing, came back down, but it's recovering nicely. Lots of volume, 2 million. There's only 4 million in the float. It's already traded 3.3 million, so this will, of course, trade the float several times a day. And our friend GME all over the place. Oh man. So $173, pops 179. Well, NGM, guys, is not moving down. Kind of interesting to me. It's not moving down yet anyway. Actually, looking at this one, this has just had a disastrous month. NGM, I mean, this is a high of $30. Well, okay, not a disastrous. Okay, this is the disastrous day, because this was about $30 on Friday. Yeah, I kind of took my eye off the APM. I thought I might reshort it, but I don't know. Not going to reshort it now. All right, I know there's an AI alert for this one. I'll be looking at that daily chart. Looks like there's some pretty decent resistance not that far away. Well, NGM is actually, this is surprising me a little bit here. I mean, that was not, the press release basically said we're discontinuing. I mean, they do have other things they can do, so it's not a one-trick pony, I guess, but discontinuing the trial, not going to phase 3. So maybe, I don't know, guys are saying, well, good riddance, concentrate on other things, good riddance. I don't know. I did see OBLN in the pre-market, but I didn't think it was doing too much. Now, okay, now it's having a pop. Yeah, I mean, that's why. I mean, it was basically just a little bit negative. It's just gone positive. All right, let me take a look. What is the market doing? So the market's up so far. Wow, tech's up big, pretty big. Dow's up, SPY's up. So as we speak, we've got a nice positive open, and we do have a halt. SCPS, wow, it just got halted. Sorry, it resumed. I'm sorry, it was halted at 622, and now what a resumption. Whoa, and it just got halted again. So why can this happen? Well, in fact, that can't be. Is that right? That cannot be. Oh, okay, we're stuck here. Okay, guys, we may have something going on with our servers, okay? Just be aware. I'm looking at the single stock window, and that is stuck. Let me just see something else here. Yeah, we've got something going on with our servers, guys, and this may start affecting the charts. Just to forewarn you, okay? Let me just make sure the charts are okay, though. Okay, I mean the charts. Yeah, okay, so there's definitely something going on with the single stock window, but the charts look okay. I'm just looking, I have a trading view chart. I wanted to make sure these are the correct prices. Well, I don't even see it updating at all. This is not the right price at all. So it's not a matter of updating. I just want to keep an eye on this. So I have to let our tech support people know. Let me do a reset though. Maybe that's all I needed to do. Let's see. Yeah, maybe the reset. Okay. Boy, this SCPS, what a move. Okay, guys, what I'm trying to do right now is just, I'm looking at my real-time alerts, wanting to make sure this is updating correctly. It looks like it is 888. That looks like the price. So, okay, so I guess just do a reset then. Go to your account and do a reset, okay? That should help. ENVB, guys, ENVB, that was a big one on Friday. They had a sell-off. Got up to $3 or so, 3.19 or so. Sold off, closed around 2.70. Continuing down now. Is this shortable? Yeah, it is shortable for me. Interactive Brokers. All right, we have our first gap up and reverse for space. Now, those of you who don't have this on a 15-minute time delay like I do, you probably had this earlier. Space was an earlier one. What I'm really looking for is a gap down and go. A gap down and go. Or a gap down and reverse. With the market doing this, you know, we might get some good gap down and reversals. As long as the market remains positive and inches its way up. Yeah, this has a big, big open ahead of it, it looks like anyway. 867, 867, that's what I see at Interactive Brokers. I'm talking about the SCPS. Yeah, a couple of early AI alerts looking not too bad, actually. The cheap one. Well, I'm not in this one anymore, but PDSB looks still pretty strong. I think it's coming into some resistance. Here's the next area on the weekly chart, 956. I'm sorry, in the monthly chart, 945 is the next high looking left. Well, APM is actually having a little resurgence. Let's see if it can, I might take a look at this again as a reshort. I'm just so skeptical of this one, but hey, I mean, the market is telling me right now it's strong. All right, looking at some earnings plays. This is BBIG. I know you guys have been talking about BBIG. This is not shortable for me anyway at Interactive Brokers. Maybe it was earlier, but it's certainly not now. All right, guys, space continuing down here from that gap up and reverse. Wow, look at APM. So, well, glad I got out of my short. I have to admit, I am surprised. With the phase one, it looked like that was it. Down to 241, it looked like that was it. How does SKT? Okay. No, kind of nothing. I don't see anything that interests me at SKT right now anyway. It's a big float, 97 million. I mean, it's just kind of stuck in this area here, so I don't really see that much of interest to me anyway. Look at AMC, guys. AMC, you know, how do you follow that one? AMC, big pop up. Wow, what a crazy one today. This is the crazy one today. SCPS, another halt for it. Looking left, 1050 or so are the next highs looking left. You're right, there's really no volume. There's not much volume. I mean, it's a low float, 5.6 million, and there is not much volume. I would have thought there'd be a lot more volume by now. We're talking about the SCPS, Scopus Biopharma. Okay, I can talk about this one now, guys. There was the AI alert 669 for KOPN, 691 now. That's almost a 3.5% move. This is what I was talking about, you know, coming into maybe a big resistance area here. So if you're in this one, just be aware of, you know, that 7 area. If it pops through 7, then it's got a shot to get into the 750. Wow, GME is just having quite a day now, guys. I'm not in this one right now. You guys have been talking about CLPS. Now, I thought this was an NFT play way back. I thought it was. I'm not sure if it is. Let me see how TCAT is doing. See if the sector is moving at all. No. So CLPS, I don't know why it's doing this then. Announces strategic cooperation with MCT. Okay, so it is not an NFT play. So to develop a next generation loan trading software. That is the news for CLPS. Wow, look at APM. Well, that's, you know, that's what you cannot take your eyes off some of these things. I mean, it's another low float, 9 million in the float. You know, but had I wandered away on my short and come back, you know, 10 minutes later, look out. Now I know I said let's take a look at the gap down and reverses from the gap continuation or reverse scan. The only issue I have with GOTU, and you know there's a lot of negative news about this one. So what I'd rather see is something that is, you know, moved down for, you know, not necessarily negative news, just some call it normal selling and then a rebound with the market. Wow, 1150. William, have you been shorting SCPS? Tell me you haven't been shorting that. That's what I do. Okay, well, no shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. Okay, so this, I know this showed up on the gap up in reverse, but this is a buyout, guys. MMAC is a buyout. Wow, GME. GME and AMC. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Ija, you back in GME? Okay, market continues to move higher here. We have our first 15-minute green. First 15-minute candle is green, no pullback whatsoever. Second one continuing the same way. I'd love to see some gap down and reverse. I know the go-to GOTU is one of them, but I just think there's too much negative news around this one. Now OBLN just halted. OBLN just got halted. RHE, I don't think I've seen RHE. Take a look. Yeah, well, it's just popping now. The reason I don't see it is because the relative volume is still low. Now that'll pick up, of course, if the volume maintains like this, but that's why I don't see it in any one of my scanners. The relative volume is way too low. Ooh, look at this one, guys. FTCI. FTCI. Look at the room it's got. FTCI. What's the float? A low float, 19 million in the float. This is really interesting. FTCI. I mean, it's crawling back. You can see the last few days it's been trying to crawl back. A little bit of a pop here. Looking left, the next high in the daily is 1121. So it's got some room. I'm not saying it's getting there. IPO from here, I guess, FTCI, about 4 weeks ago. Like a lot of IPOs have really done not much. This is kind of a, well, it was a disaster, but I do remember this. I think it came out around 15. AMC over 13 now. EDU keeps moving down here, approaching that 10 level. I don't know where the all-time, I guess the all-time low is down here. How is TAL doing? This is a gap down and go, guys. The EDU. Taking out 10 would be huge. There it goes, guys. Through 10 now. EDU through 10. Yeah, the AMC, I mean, actually, well, okay, this is obviously a Reddit play. Wall Street Bets guys. Read some news about it over the weekend. It's not like sales at the theaters were robust this weekend. It doesn't really matter. Wow, SPCS just open, guys. Wow, so this, okay, so now I do see the news. FDA, I mean, that's huge. FDA approval. And low float, as Grumpy said, low float, FDA approval. And another halt. OBLN halted also. I'm sorry, OBLN adjust resumed. Getting close to the high on Friday. 482, the high on Friday. I could not get a short where I wanted it on EDU. Uptick rule was just sneaking in. Shoot. The break of 10 was huge. I just couldn't get it where I wanted it. It kept ticking down on me, down on me. Yeah, so Diana, we don't talk about how many shares we take, if that's what you're talking about in this room, okay? Yeah, there are very few rules. We just don't talk about how many shares we take nor how much money we've made. There goes the FTCI, guys. I've been talking about this a little bit. The FTCI, look at the room it's got. When I say room, look left on a daily chart. Find where the next high is. I'm never saying that is where a stock will go, but at least you don't have to worry about chart resistance. Yeah, so there's the GOTU. Even though it was a gap down in reverse, I did not trust it at all. Just too much negativity around the China education stocks, and really specifically this one. This has been a one the short sellers have been all over for a long time now. You know, especially when it was GSX and they made the symbol name change. I don't know if they thought people would forget they were GSX. If that were the case, I would have changed their entire name and not have GSX in their name. All right, Crex did not continue. Let me see. Was that shortable? I can't remember for me. No, that's right. That was not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. I thought it might stall right around here. 225. What did it get up to? 215. So yeah, you just have to look at a daily chart, guys. So you see something moving, and then you see all this here. I mean, there's no guarantee it's going to stall, but it's not good. You know, you don't want to see a lot of resistance. Who's your broker that you can short Crex? All right, let's take a look at some of the things that are popping into my watch list now. VIPS. Wow, this got room, guys. Look at the weekly chart. Look left. It's got room, $26. Again, I'm not saying it's getting there. The 200-day moving average is right about the same area. So this VIPS has some room. Wow. SCPS. Now it's halted again. 1414 is the projected open. What I'm talking about right here. This is from Interactive Brokers. Your broker will have something. We'll have something like that. Zach, yeah, I'm going to just mention Zach here. You cannot hear me. Wow, look at LAZR. I looked at this one. It's a potential short. Just lost sight of it. LAZR. Yeah, may have another chance with the EDU. All right, just taking a look at the SPY, see what the SPY is doing. Continues its little march upwards. VIPS continues, guys. VIPS from my watch list 2318, making a, and it's, you know, this could be, it's got 609 million in the float, so this is not, it shouldn't be crazy in terms, when I say crazy, you shouldn't see some wild candles, famous last words, but seriously, you should not see some wild candles. EXPR, again, the Wall Street bet stocks, one of them. WSB, doesn't look that interesting though. Really has to take all this out. Yeah, unfortunately, Demetrius, there is no shortcut. However, what I would do, info at trade-ideas.com. At least I don't think there is. Just a minute. There might be something on, and as a feature, I don't think there is. Thought maybe they were looking at doing something like that, but yeah, I don't see an option in here. Well, this is still going to be this could still be a big open for SCPS. 1430, I see 1433, 1433 now. So about $1 over where it was halted. Now, that doesn't absolutely mean that's where it's going to open. Boy, APM's been jumpy all over the place here. Big bottoming tail here. We got up to 336 and all the way down to 290. That's a big percentage move. And then recovering, APM. You have to go to that window, whatever window it is. It's probably an alert window. It's probably, if you have my basic new highs and lows. I thought I got rid of all the voice alerts. Well, maybe I didn't. Anyway, right click. If you know where it is, right click properties, actions, and then uncheck the play sound. Okay, if you know what alert window it's coming from, that's what you do. Okay, so again, right click, properties, actions, and uncheck the play sound. And say, okay, now remember, you have to save your work at the end of the day. If you just exit without saving your work, then that change will not be saved. Yeah, I wouldn't trust that one, Cam. I see 1414. I'm going to go with my IB. I don't know who you're looking at, who your broker is. I'm going with Interactive Brokers. They seem to be usually pretty bang on. Hard for me to believe that it'll be 1877. All right, so now this is, all the halts before have been, I think they've been all 5-minute halts. So this is going to be a longer halt, got halted at 10:07. 10:07 plus 28 seconds. So if this is a 10-minute halt, this will open at 10:17 plus 28 seconds, which is about a little more than a minute from now, if it's going to be a 10-minute halt. So Assis, all you have to do, in fact, it's getting close to my spiel time. Somebody asked, where is my halt scanner? So Aziz, I'm going to put my homepage link in, and all I have to do is click on the link and then go to the scan section, and within the scan section you will find the halts resumes. Okay? All right, well, if this is going to be opening, let's just take a look. If it's going to be opening in 10 minutes, then this will be opening in 10 seconds. Let's just see if this happens. And the answer is 2, 1, boom. There we go, just opened. So again, I'll take I'll take IB over your TOS, okay, Cam? Magic, it's magic. It is magic, yes. I wasn't right as usual. Interactive Brokers was right as usual, okay? So LD, are you talking from within a multi-strategy window? Yeah, you can't do it. Okay. You know, if laser somehow came in later on, became a gap down in reverse or something, it's not. I know what you're trying to do, but you can't do it. This is a don't repeat for the symbol all day, regardless of from where it originates. I've seen that before also. What you can do, I have my other one, which is not on don't repeat, so you know you can kind of keep an eye on that, I suppose. But yeah, you can't do it. I know what you're trying to do, but you cannot do it. All right, guys. Well, 10:19. Continues higher. SCPS. So first of all, if you're brand new to this room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. I am sharing a lot of information from my homepage. I put my homepage link in up here. It's also the tab is here, so I don't have to keep putting this link in all day long. All right, so here's my homepage tab. You click on my homepage tab, and this is what you'll see. Now, don't disregard that promo code. In fact, what I should do, let me just do this before I keep going, because we still have a really nice promo on. Just give me a moment, please. I have to do this in piecemeal in our YouTube room. I can't post all at once, links all at once. Okay, William. Well, you're finally having your day now. SCPS got halted on the way down. All right, so there's the promo code to use. Okay, test drive 25 for 25% off. All right, test drive, all in capital letters, 25 for 25% off. So when you click on my homepage, again, don't use this promo code, obviously. Click on my homepage, click on the link. And you want to take out a subscription, click on the Get Trade Ideas. Again, obviously do not use this one. And all you have to do is click on Purchase and test drive 25, all in caps. Click on the right arrow, and that has, so there is how you apply the discount code, okay? So we do have 4 plans. We do have 4 plans. So we have just a minute, let me elongate this just a little bit. So we have an annual, monthly, premium, and standard. So I just showed you the premium is $22.68 a year minus that 25%. Standard is $10.68 a year minus the 25%. The big difference between premium and standard is the AI. There are other differences, but that's the main reason people want to take a look at our premium service. You don't have to have an annual subscription. In fact, this is a great way how you can try us out with this promo code, okay? You can always try us out. Just, take a standard subscription. 118 less the 25%. Now that promo is only good for the first month, the 228 less the 25%. But if within 30 days you decide that you want to upgrade, you've seen enough, you'd like to upgrade from say standard to premium or from a monthly to an annual, you can do so and we'll honor the 25% promo code. So you don't have to start off, even if you thought, man, but I don't know, maybe I'd like an annual, try us out on a monthly. Probably within 30 days, you'll have a good idea if you want to stick with the program. Okay, so you can always upgrade as long as you do it within 30 days and we'll honor the 25% promo. So do not start off with an annual subscription unless you're really, really sure, because after 5 days, there's no refund. So do not start off with an annual subscription unless you're really, really sure. Okay, more information on my homepage. The trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video. These are all free, of course. All the scans I'm sharing. Look at GOTU. Wow. All the scans that I'm sharing. So the layout that you see here, I'm sharing, plus individual scans. So you might have a layout already. You don't necessarily want my layout, but you might want to take a look at the individual scans that I've got. So they're all here. Big education section right here. Click here, and I really recommend, if you're going to take out a subscription, take a look at the 20 lessons. Take the lessons. What is a top list? Building a top list, alert windows, creating them, all the way down to the AI, which we nickname Holly, Brokerage Plus. So there's a lot of information on that one link. The 20 lessons, it won't take you 20 days. Daily support session. So you'll hear me refer to a YouTube room all day long. I take a break at around noon. One of the other traders takes over. Today is Monday, so today is Sean. He'll take over between 12 and 1 in our YouTube room. I'll post the link before I leave. There's no point going over there now, because what they hear and see is the same as what I call in the main trading room. I think we're back to a normal schedule this week. Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time, the webinars. You can sign up for them all right here. More educational videos, starting trade ideas from scratch. More information about the AI in detail. If you're new to trading, great little 36-part short video series starting off with what is a stock? Okay, so if you're brand new to trading, Really recommend you take a look at this. And trading ebooks that we have. So as you can see, there is a lot of information on my homepage. That's why I always say, save my link. Because then you can always take a look at all the scans that I'm sharing and plus all those educational links at your leisure. All right, so save the link. Give me a moment here. All right, so what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the U.S. market. We do scan the Canadian market, but we really, concentrate on the U.S. market. There are some caveats. There are some limitations scanning the Canadian market, but in essence, we scan the U.S. market. That's what I rather say. This is an example of a scan I put together. I call it Basic New Highs and Lows. So you always start off with filters, okay? Because if I just said, well, show me all the stocks making new highs or new lows, I'd have hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands, all day long. So obviously, you want to create some filters to get it down to a manageable number. So what I'm looking for in this scan are stocks between $1 and $20. Current volume is 4. It's a great filter we've got. Basically, what that 4 means is trading 4 times normal up to this point of the day. So I'm looking always for abnormalities, okay? I don't want to get into something that doesn't move. 400,000 shares minimum, etc. Okay, so these are the filters I have. If a stock makes a new high or a new low, with these filters in place, I get a real-time alert. So that's why I've seen these stocks today. Now, the good news, you do not have to learn a programming language. Wow, that came right back up. SCPS, right back up. You do not have to learn a programming language. What we did was we created what we consider are enough for the vast majority of our subscribers. We created enough alerts. These are all the alerts. And if I scroll down, these icons, these are all the filters. We created enough alerts and filters that we feel that with the right combination, you can create your own scan. And one of the nice things is you don't have to even know how to create a scan to begin with. As I mentioned, you can take all the scans that I've got. You can take a look at them. Just right-click, configure, summary. You can sort of see what I'm looking for. All right. If you don't like it, for instance, if you look at this basic new highs and lows, and you right-click, configure, summary, and you say, well, you know what? That's not the price range I like, or I want a different minimum volume, things like that. Of course, you can make the changes. You just make the changes here. You say OK. And then you've kind of customized it to more your style of trading. We also have a channel bar with a lot of themed channels. You click on from our toolbar, click on new and then channel bar, and you'll see here are a lot of themed channels. One of the more popular ones that I started demonstrating or showing last week. Yeah, MPS, it's really easy. It's a buyout. MMAC is a buyout. So that's why it hasn't moved. Just have to check the news usually. You see anything that flatlining like MMAC, I would say almost for sure it's because it's been bought out. So this is a very popular one. The sector stat, well, I don't know if it's very popular, but I think it's a very cool one. We've got, these are all themed channels. Remember, everything in here is a layout. So before you click on anything in our channel bar, make sure that you have your layout saved to the cloud. So if I click on the sector status, this is what we see. So this is almost, to me, it's as good as a heat map. These are looking at all the major sectors, XLI, XLY, healthcare, consumer staples, financials, etc. So what this is telling me, and this is what you would probably expect with the market being up, every sector seems to be up. is that most sectors are up. I mean, look at technology. I mean, look at the day technology is having. So within the technology sector, 98% of the stocks are up. Up meaning they're above, at least somewhat above Friday's close. The worst performing sector right now is consumer discretionary. It is, yeah, 55% are up, but 44% are down. You know, so you can go down here and you can just see. I noticed that Dollar General had a downgrade this morning, as an example. Not that I'm aware of, Fahid. To improve your server's response, no, there's nothing you can do within within TradeID. It's saying, yeah, here's something you can try. No, sorry about that. So for instance, here's technology. There is maybe one stock that is down, so you can scroll all the way down here, and for whatever reason, ENPH is down for the day. You know, so you can look at this as a contrary trade. Okay, so we get this question a lot, you know, how do we find stocks within sectors that are moving? Well, this is definitely one way to do it. So that is the sector status. Wow, how strong is this SCPS after that pullback? So how can possibly a stock be up 155%? If you're new to trading, all you have to do is look at the float. Okay, there's only one way a stock can be up like this amount. I mean, it obviously starts off with some kind of a press release that for whatever reason traders love it. Okay, so there's your catalyst. You had a news catalyst of some sort. But the only way a stock can be up 173% is with a news catalyst, but plus a very low float. That float is the supply of stock, and then the demand is high because of the news catalyst. So low supply, high demand, like every other commodity on earth, this is what's going to happen. All right, now I want to talk about, a little bit about the AI. If you have our premium service, make it easy on yourself. Never mind, you know, Holly Grail, Holly Neo, Holly 2.0, what the differences are. I wouldn't even worry or consider the strategies that the alerts you're getting are coming from. Just follow it right here. Click on AI/Holly Strategy Trades window and follow it all day long. I use it like a watch list. Obviously, it's not having, if you look at just these percentages, not having a great day, but I use it as a watch list. That's all I do. Okay? You'll have an entry time, you'll have a price, entry price, you'll have a stop. You don't have to get in right at the time you get an entry necessarily. You can kind of watch to see how it's trading a little bit. For instance, just as an example, KOPN, there was an alert for it at 669. It got up to almost $7. That's a great percentage increase, and in a pretty short period of time. Look what's happened. It's come all the way back down almost to the entry, and yet the AI, no algorithm is kicked in to get out of the trade. Well, you as a trader, in my opinion, should never allow that to happen. Okay. Oh yeah, Fahid. I mean, listen. The question was, should an SCPS be avoided if you're a beginner? Yeah, I mean, listen. It looks incredible. You know, when you see the percentage increase, and look what's happened. It's gone from 5 to 16, just like that. But very, 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 very whippy. You know, with a low float like that. You know, if you were ever going to do it, you cannot take very many shares. Even if you're an experienced trader. Trying to take a lot of shares in this, you can get killed. I have to show these because, I mean, look, that's what Trade Ideas does. We can really identify stocks that are really, really moving in an abnormal situation. Look at the relative volume. Remember I was talking about the relative volume earlier? 128 times normal up to this point of the day. I mean, that is obviously significant, you know. So let me talk about Brokerage Plus, this window that you see here. This is a feature that we have. You don't have to use it if you don't want to. You can only, if you want to use it to trade your account, you have to have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account. If you have one of those two, then you can actually use this window to trade. I'm going to pop this video in. Actually, it's a couple of videos. All right, so there is the video or the link to the two videos. So the first video, Brokerage Plus, the first video shows you how you connect to either an Interactive Brokers account or E-Trade account. Only two, guys. Don't ask about TOS, TDA. No idea if and when that'll ever happen. They have a real difficulty with their API, with the API. So no idea. But right now it's Interactive Brokers, E-Trade. So if you do have one of those two, then you can actually use this window that we call Brokerage Plus to trade. You don't have to. It's just a feature. I want to say that because really emphasize it, because people get the wrong idea. They think, oh man, if I don't have an Interactive Brokers account or E-Trade account, that means I can't use Trade Ideas. Nothing further from the truth. We link, you can use, I mean, we're a scanner first and foremost. So it doesn't even matter who your broker is. You can use Trade Ideas. And the other one, it doesn't matter where you are in the world, you can use Trade Ideas. So this Brokerage Plus window is only available if you are using our downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, not available. Well, William, I don't know what the heck you did on your short, but I hope you covered. And how you use this? In a very simple way. If you click on an alert, how you use Brokerage Plus, if you want to, you click on an alert, you notice the symbol shows up, pick how many shares you want, the price. If you're shorting, you sell. If you're buying, you go long. Or if you want to go long, you buy. Okay? So really simple to use. You can also do things, and that's in the second video, you can also do things like setting up your own, what we call one-click trading, setting up these buying and shorting options to pick from. So if you take a look, you look at a chart, you like what you see, you go back, right click, trade, pick how you want to trade it, okay? That's all covered in the video. I'm not going to get into any detail about it. That is definitely an advanced feature. Now, we also have a simulator. That's a main, in my opinion, that is a big, big reason for, especially if you're brand new to trading, to try us out, because we have a great simulator. It's available in our standard service and uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter who your broker is. Same thing, you just click on an alert, symbol shows up, pick how many shares you want to trade. Okay, let's take a look at AMC. There was the alert at 1284. But let's just say I wanted to take it, but only on a pullback, maybe a pullback to 13, okay? So all I have to do is click on the alert, the symbol shows up, I pick how many shares I want to trade. If it pulls back, I type 13 into both boxes here. Click buy, and look what happens. You get a big blue, dark blue line on your chart. So it shows you exactly where you will take this trade on a pullback if it moves down to 13. Now, at some point, if I didn't want to take the trade, I mean, look at this market. Man, oh man, what a surge here. I mean, look at the SPY, guys. Look at this. Soaring here. So at some point, if I did not want to take that trade, though, I would right-click, cancel. I'm sorry, go to Orders, the Orders tab, right-click. You see where it says Cancel Order to Buy EMC? That's all I would do. Yeah, actually the question was, can simulation mode be used without a broker account? Absolutely. You don't need because it's using our real-time data. It's got nothing to do with your broker. So even if you didn't have a broker, you just wanted to, practice trading for a while before you even committed to a broker, yeah, you can do it. You don't even need a broker to use our simulator because it's using our real-time data. I see that I see MCF. MCF came from the option scanner. Little bit of resistance, though, not that far away. It's not a great looking chart unless it can get barreled through all of this on that weekly chart. Then it has some room. It's not a low float. 120 million in the float. Well, I got to admit, NGM has surprised me. So this is probably a situation where I don't know, existing stock shareholders. I mean, it's a low flow, 25 million, are maybe saying, "Hey, well, good riddance to that trial. We're glad you're not going to progress with it. Bad phase 2 data. So this was not a one-trick pony. In other words, they did have other drugs that they were looking at developing." Testing, etc. So that's the only reason I see because I really thought this would be a great all-day short. All right, guys, I want to now take a trade here in the simulator, MCF. I'm going to take this trade because I want to demonstrate, briefly about money management and all. I hope nobody, well, I think Zach went short this. I mean, this is just crazy now. But he said he went short small. So let me just... where is that MCF? I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to explain why I'm taking 500 shares. Okay, I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going in at the market. It's only a 2-cent spread, so no big deal. I took 500 shares in this simulator at 4:30. Before I entered that trade, though, I knew where my stop was going to be. And I'm putting my stop at $4.10 to make the math easy. As I demonstrate all this, notice a red line appears on the chart, and it says minus $100. So if MCF moves down to 410, I'll be taken out of the trade with a $100 loss. Okay. So why did I do this? Why did I put 410? Why is it $100? Etc. Etc. So the first concept is when you get into a trade, you're new to trading. You have to understand that not every trade is going to work. If the trade doesn't work, you have to have a price you're getting out of the trade. This wouldn't be the worst. I'm just looking at a 2-minute chart. The low's right there. But, when you're starting out trading, the difficult part is knowing where to put a stop. That's only going to come with practice. Now, I like to look at a chart, and I like to see, okay, what I consider maybe as a support level. There's a lot of activity at a certain support level. And so if it broke down below that, I should be out of the trade. That's what I like to do. Some will use moving averages, okay? But, that's what I like to do. So that's why I put this at 410. because I wanted to make it 20 cents away. Because the next concept is this, okay? Once you start getting a feel for where you're going to put your stop, then that is going to share size you, because you don't go into every trade thinking, well, I'll take 100 shares every trade, 200 shares every trade. In my opinion anyway, your share size will vary, and it'll be based on the difference between your entry and your stop. So I put it so the math was easy. You notice that's only 20 cents. So if I were willing to risk $100 on the trade, and that's, how much you're going to risk on your trade, so what I'm doing here, I'm saying, okay, if I lose, if this doesn't work, the most I want to lose is $100. If you have a $5,000 account, you're not going to risk $1,000 a trade. At least I hope you won't. So if your account size dictates that you can risk, say, $100 a trade, so that's what I've done in this particular case. 20 cent stop, I divide 20 cents into $100, I get 500 shares. So reverse, 500 shares, if I get taken out with a 20 cent loss, I lose $100. Okay, so can't emphasize enough. Money management is so critical if you're going to take this seriously. The other aspect is obeying your stop. Because again, you might practice trading for a while and get the hang of it. Yeah, sort of understanding where I can put my stop. You practice trading, it's going pretty well. You finally take that first trade with your real money, and the first trade starts working against you and you won't obey your stop. You think, well, maybe, my stop was a little tight. I'm hearing great things about this company. So what I'm going to do, instead of obeying my stop, I'm going to start reducing it. You keep reducing it, that line, you keep reducing. So that $100 manageable loss maybe starts turning into $200, $300, $400. You finally give up and you sell for a far larger loss than what you should have had. So how do you counteract that? Well, if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, you can use Brokers Plus to trade. You leave your stop in. But if you don't have one, your broker will have a way in which you can do the same sort of thing on the chart, or a way in which you can put in a stop, because this takes all the emotion out of it. You just let the stop happen and you move on. You can always get back into a trade. Maybe it sets up a little bit later for all the reasons you got into it the first time. Maybe it sets up again. Maybe the market just started moving against you, and got into the trade. The market started to move against you. Maybe that's why it stopped working. So very, very, very important to, have money management as probably almost your number one aspect of learning how to trade. Okay? Well, you probably had something in before. There's only one way, Zoe, okay? That you must have had an order in before that you didn't realize. Kind of like what I've done here. I mean, with not with the MCF, but with the what was the one I have here? Taking AMC on a pullback as an example. I may have forgotten about it. Okay, taking AMC on a pullback to 13. I may have forgotten about it. I may have put it in yesterday or the day before. I mean, I obviously did it, 5-10 minutes ago. But if I don't get rid of that order, it'll just remain there as an example. So that's probably what happened. I mean, there's no way it can just manufacture itself out of thin air. I know it's an Amex ticker. I know. It is an Amex ticker. There's only one way to do it, Fahid. So you have to left. The question was, and I'm sure this question is not necessarily asked all the time, but there are people who may be sitting there wondering, yeah, how do I zoom in on a chart? So the first thing you do is you left click on the chart you want to zoom in on. So you left click on the chart and then control key, keep the control key pressed down on your keyboard, and then with the scroll wheel on your mouse to scroll in and out. Okay? So the first step again is to left click on the chart you want to do this, control key pressed down, and then scroll in and out using the scroll wheel on your mouse, okay? IB does not estimate when it'll open again. It's got nothing to do with IB. I mean, again, typically they're 5-minute halts, but we already went through a 10-minute halt earlier. This was a 5-minute halt. Well, close. 32 to 38.08. So it's not up to IB. No. Oh, I see. Well, I see what you're saying. Well, the potential. I see what you mean. I thought you meant the actual time. I'm sorry. I thought you meant the time. 1625, 1625. But that of course can change. That's what we see. That's what I see right now. But of course that can change. All right, guys, just give me one moment here as I'm just running through a couple things on my other monitor. All right, I'm just noticing here gap down and go from the gap continuation. So this is a gap down and go. This is a financing. So 643, the alert happened. I don't know what the financing was done at. This is convertible notes. Look at the move in the stocks. Yeah, I mean, look at this move, guys. I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, almost an hour and a half straight up. That and GME. I mean, GME is still, I mean, this hits at 200 at some point. Look out. I mean, oh, brother. Interesting. Mavis is not following. This was a Reddit stock also, WSB stock. This is not following at all. All right, guys. Beyond Meat had an upgrade this morning, I believe. BYND had an upgrade this morning. What's it doing right now? Yeah. Well, that upgrade is really not a huge name, in my opinion, anyway. In the upgrade, I mean, not trying to down like. I don't know Bernstein at all. I mean, I've seen their name, but evidently holding a lot of weight. Okay, guys, also these are hotkeys. You want to get out of a trade, you just highlight the trade, you flatten it, that gets you out. Half gets you out of half, double. Of course, you could go in here if I just wanted to trade out, 100 shares at a certain price. I could do it here. Yeah, so left click on the chart again, so Trade Ideas knows what chart you're in, and then literally you just start typing. Most of the time when you start typing, the change symbol box will show up, and you just click on change or hit return or enter on your keyboard. If for some reason when you start to type and that box doesn't show up, hit the space bar, and then that should bring it up. Okay, but typically if you left click on a chart and then just start typing, then the box should show up. You hit enter on your keyboard and you're done. Spacebar did it? Okay. Yeah, I don't know why some systems it's spacebar and the vast majority it's not. You just have to start to type. AMC was a really tough trader last week. Look at these topping tails and bottoming tails. This was all over the place. So far, just straight up. Next high looking left is 1460 or so. Boy, you're starting to base a little bit here, guys. The SCPS starting to base just a little bit here. What's the spread like? Not terrible. Well, sort of widening I speak, but it is it's not the worst spread I've seen for something that can move so quickly. Okay, that MCF was a short-lived pop. I didn't love that daily, guys. Remember I was saying I just didn't like that daily chart. You had a stalling right there, a little topping tail there. Had all this over here. Yeah, just go to my homepage. Okay, can you find the homepage tab right here? Click on that tab, and then here's the link right there. And then when you click on the link, one of the sections is the scan section. And there's my layout right up here, plus all the other scans that I'm sharing. Okay? Can you not see my tab here? Can you see my screen, Andoy? Can you not see the tab called Barry's homepage? You're an off topic. That's where you are. That's where you posted. And some tab. Maybe you have to scroll to the top or something. I mean, I'll post the link in. It just saves me from having to post the link in over and over all day long. If people can find my homepage tab. But that's okay. I will. Guys, like sort of joking about GME maybe getting up to 200 today. I don't know. All right, guys, give me about 2 minutes. I'll be right back in about 2 minutes. All right, guys, I'm now back. And yeah, RHE, I just noticed, got halted. Wow. Oh boy. Somebody mentioned this one right around here. Another low float, guys. Why can this happen? 1.5 million in the float. 1.5 million in the float. Look at the traded. You know, it's funny. It's still not, the relative volume is still not high. Even though this is, you know, the volume is coming in, but the relative, and the reason being is that, you know, it's looking at these previous days. You know, and when it had over 100 million here, about 60 million here, 80 million here. So at 1 million, I mean, it's you know, relative to what it was doing a few days ago is not that great, and that's the issue with that relative volume filter. It looks at, you know, previous days. Yeah, just not shortable for me. SCPS, just not shortable for me. There it is. There's the halt. Now, at some point, I'd be watching this for, you know, you never know. I mean, you got up to 2023. Well, this was a heck of a gap down in reverse. I mean, I'm really wrong about this one. The gap down in reverse for NGM, you can see it right there. It's 1733. Probably, wow, got up to 19 just about from 1733 before it pulled back. This still looks good. I mean, it still looks good. I mean, yeah, a big pullback, but I mean, there's a rounding right there. I mean, this could, I certainly read that one wrong. When I say read it wrong, I wasn't in the trade. I absolutely had a huge short bias this morning. So as RHE goes, you know, this IHT also, I don't think they're exactly the same sector, but they seem to go the same way. RHE and IHT. Another low float situation. All right, is the SPY, I think, finally slowing down just a little bit here. Just a little. First red bar so far. Still has 5 minutes, so this could turn green, but there's the first one right now. So the resumption of RHE, again, this is not shortable for me at IB, Interactive Brokers. This is a crazy one. What is that IHT doing? Guys, I mean, I don't think this is another Amex stock. IHT, I think, is another Amex stock. Yeah, another Amex stock, IHT. I know, I just said that, Ija. So the next high looking left for IHT is up here around 760. That was a couple of days ago. Yep, another halt. RHE, another halt. This is taken over from SC. SCPS. There's a jackpot right here. JAKK right there in the basic new highs. You'd think Zach was listening to me, but he isn't. Okay, well, here's another one, guys. Another Amex stock, AMS, doing kind of the same thing as those other two. I mean, look at the move. I mean, another low float situation, 3.5 million in the float. I mean, you look left way up here at 5. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but the next high looking left is what, 360. So, I mean, no rhyme or reason for it. Well, I always look for news on these. You never seem to be able to find any news on them. But they're Amex stocks, as Isaac keeps pointing out. Wow, I tell you, GME, I mean, this, I'm not kidding. I mean, this could hit 200. I'm not saying to buy this one or anything like this, but let's take a look at the next low or next high looking left is 189.20, 183, 180, 188. Yeah, I mean, it takes out, I mean, it's got some resistance right around here also, but man, and look at the volume. I mean, look at the volume increase right now. That's the other issue. I mean, the volume is just getting bigger and bigger. Or I guess I should say, it is increasing. Yeah, Amex is like the lost exchange, you know. It's there. We all know it's there, but always surprised when you see a ticker. Yeah, this is not shortable. Another one not shortable. For me. Ooh, I miss this downturn. NGM. Maybe now. I think if it gets through 1670 or so, I mean, I know giving up a lot from here, but that looks like maybe a bit of a support area for NGM. If it gives that up, maybe that's the collapse I've been looking for. All right, guys, I'm just kind of looking at a couple of charts on my other monitor, see if there's anything interesting going on. Look at the Mara and the Riot. I mean, I hate mentioning them. Okay, gap down and go. NMM. NMM. Gap down and go. What's the low right there? Is around 29.50 in the pre-market. The next low looking left on the weekly chart is around 27. So this has got some room here. Definitely watching the NMM. NMM. So it's a low float, also 17.5 million in the float. Not crazy low, but it's still a low float. Well, for me, it's shortable. Interactive Brokers, it's shortable. Okay, guys. All right, I've taken this short. The reason I've just taken, I may get bounced out, but it's just about down 10%. Okay, that uptick rule could nail me. So I'm going to have to see. I'm in around 29.70 average for the NMM. I may have waited a little bit, except the problem is that once that gets down 10%, then it becomes the uptick rule, and sometimes it can be hard to get. Anyway, I'm in that one, 29.70 on the short for NMM, and that is from here. I didn't take it at 29.75. Now, the only issue I've got here is, that the lows right there in the pre-market are around 29.44. So I have to be aware of that. Oh, guys, what time is it? 11:22. So yeah, in about half an hour, I'll be taking my break. I'm just going to confirm. I'm pretty sure it's Sean who's going to be in the options in the YouTube room when I take my break. I'm just going to confirm. So guys, Sean is going to be in the options, I keep saying the options, the YouTube room at noon, okay? And he's an options trader. Now, we don't scan options. We don't scan like for option trades as such. But what we can do, and I'm just going to show you the filters. So if you're trading options, these are the filters that we have. And again, he is an options trader. So you might want to ask him a lot of questions about options, etc. Excuse me. But if you search and type in options, these are the option filters that we have. So we have the put call ratio. Option volume means the average number of contracts over the last 10 days. This is the option volume today. Put and call volume today. And then the option volume today percent. That's the key one. So for instance, if you were looking at a stock that normally trades 2,000 options a day, and you put 300% as your filter, should be a ratio of 3, of course, then that stock would have to trade 6,000 contracts a day. In other words, it's having an abnormal option activity. And that can help you identify stocks that you do want to trade options in. Okay? I'm not saying, that's what people who trade options have said to me, that yeah, the filter helps. Is it the be all and the end all? No, but it can help. Okay? So Sean will be there. Sean will be there at, just want to confirm. Yes, sir, he's saying. Sean will be there at noon, all right? So when I take my break, I will pop the YouTube link in before I take my break, so you can head over there while I'm on my break. Looking for one more little leg down maybe for NMM. No, there's not really a forum. I mean, you can do it in here, hot dog. Okay, you can do it in here if you want to share layouts or share scans. I mean, I'm sharing all my scans. If you can find my homepage tab right there, like I'm sharing, and you click on that link, and go to the scan section. I'm sharing a lot of scans here, plus my layout as an example. Typically, people don't share their layouts. They share individual scans. The other place you can go for a lot of different, not layouts again, but if you click on new and the channel bar, I mean, these are all layouts here, okay? But so these are all theme layouts, but also in the Traders Vault, if you click on the Traders Vault, a lot of the other traders at Trade Ideas, they'll put their scans in there. Okay, so this is what I'm talking about. We've got a lot of scans in here. And I don't know how often they update them, but I say a lot of scans are in here. And that's in the Traders Vault. That's from the channel bar. Yeah, so I mean, if you've got a scan you want to share, hot dog, go ahead. I break around 12, yeah. Just before 12. Well, I wait for Sean to show up. He has to start streaming in our YouTube room. Then I take my break, and he usually does it just like a tick before noon Eastern. Hey, whatever works. Yeah, whatever works, hot dog. Just like to see that spread tighten up just a little bit in the NMM. So again, if you're in this with me, just be aware, and I'm very aware of these lows right there. Just has to pop through these lows. You're right, I don't trust it, JagX. I don't trust it. Well, let's say, is it an MX stock? It is an MX stock, okay. Okay, but are you trying to tell me it's really gonna take at that 167? Ija? I mean, I look at a lot of resistance right around here. And hello back to you, hot dog. I'm trying not to get greedy on this thing, this NMM. Come on, break that 2950. Break the 2950, get down to this area. I'm talking to the NMM. All right, there we go, guys. There we go. Wow, there we really go. Winner. Big winner, guys. Oh, well, I think it's a big winner. NMM, guys. I've taken some out. Wow, look at this. Look at that candle. Look at that beautiful 2-minute candle. Did I tell you that I really like the gap down and go? I mean, do they all work? Of course not. But even with, I mean, look at this, guys. I mean, look at the market. The market's ripping here. Yeah, I've already covered some. I've covered some. I'm wanting to see if it can take out 29, but if it doesn't, I'm out. But I'm very happy with that one. The next low looking left is about $27. So I mean, that was awesome. I mean, look at that candle. Look at that 2-minute candle. I mean, that's just out of nowhere. And I bet you the EDU worked the gap down and go also. Yeah, a little bit. I mean, I didn't, yeah, I was trying to get this one. And remember what I was saying about the uptick rule? And why I took this one, for me, maybe was just a little bit premature. Because if you're trying to get it now, I mean, it may not be quite as easy because it's down more than 10%. I mean, it's shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, but the uptick rule, I was worried about it. So I took it just before it was down 10%. Wow. Come on, one more. Give me one more little breakdown here. NMM. Ah, there it is. I mean, there's the news too. Trading lower after the company filed for an offering worth up to $110 million. So another financing. So trading down, trading low because of the financing. Tantan, Tantan. Haven't seen you for a while. Are you talking NMM? Yeah, I'm short. Yes, at 29.70. Now just waiting to see if I can take out that 29. Covered some in the 29.33 area. And now I'm just waiting on it to see if it can take out 29. May not. Spread's getting iffy again. All right, well, what's the next one then? Let's see. Not too many alerts today. It's sort of was typical. That's what happened on Friday. I'm not anticipating that many alerts from this scan over the next little while. We get a lot of alerts during earnings season. I just don't anticipate a lot of alerts. Which is okay, as long as we get ones like NMM. The only thing with the SFT is just doesn't seem to be as dynamic. I mean, obviously. It's on a financing also. You're right, it did a financing. I have been watching this for a while, but it just doesn't seem to be as dynamic. Oh, man. The gap continuation or reverse. This is just the don't repeat version of it. But it's called gap continuation or reverse. I only talk about it incessantly. It is really my favorite scan now. I mean, there's no question. My favorite scan. I just think that it is triggering. You're right. I just look at this. I think there's too much resistance. Now, listen, I may go right through this like nothing, but just take a look at on the daily chart for MCF. It's just not as attractive to me. There's the high right there, 37. It got up there earlier, pulled back, but then right here, I mean, 383. Sorry, what was the high there? 434 is the high there. 432 is the high there. We got this little, I mean, listen, it may power right through. But I'd much rather, look at this NMM, guys. This is turning into a great short because, now we're almost $1. It's called gap continuation or reverse, KK. Gap continuation or reverse. Oh, it's Reddit. It's all Reddit, yeah. GME, yeah. Now MCF is ripping here, just as I'm kind of slamming it a bit. But there it is. So again, guys, you want my scans, click on my homepage tab right there. That's what you'll see and hear the scans that I'm sharing. And this is my lovely gap continuation or reverse, okay? And here's my layout. My layout does not include that. Now my other favorite scan, I mean, is the option scanner. It's just the other one is a little more dynamic. I don't know what the financing was done at, but anybody know a financing price for this, for the NMM? I'm just kind of looking around. I don't see the specific. It's just up to $110 million. I just don't see a price. XEC and COG sink as investors see little benefit to merger deal. All right, guys, I've covered some more. I don't have very much of this left, the NMM. I wish I knew a financing price, but I've covered some more. I was trying to get $1, didn't quite get $1. So I'm almost out of it. You're bounded and determined to go long NMM, Zorro. Vuzi. Okay, so Zach just posted some news about Vuzi, V-U-Z-I. Yeah, it's got some room. I mean, the daily yesterday, not yesterday, but Friday, the high was 1703. So it's about a little over $1 away from that. I just don't like it. I'm sorry, Aja. I just think that there's this resistance here for the MCF. I mean, it's trading 5 times normal. I give it that, but it's a big float, 120 million in the float. So it's going to take a bunch to move it. All right, guys, so what I'm going to do, I am going to put in the YouTube link. You guys can head over there when I take my break. Not yet, okay? No point in going there now because Sean is not there yet. All right, well, this one is basing pretty well now. You know, the SCPS is basing pretty nicely. You can just kind of see that if you get some volume out of here, like a big volume bar, you know, maybe something at least like that on the 2-minute, but maybe something like that on the 5-minute. Okay, right here, this could propel it upwards again. There we go. It's actually my good timing. My headset just died on me, so just give me a moment, please. Yes, Commodore. Yes, they did. I want to get too much into sports talk here, but absolutely, yes. All right, PLXP, this had a big pop here. PLXP had a pop, another low float, 18 million in the float, not very much volume though. 350,000 shares. I mean, it is 3 times normal, but look at this thing. Wow. What happened here? I can't remember. I refuse to believe this actually went from 129 to 13. Was this a, let me just see something here. 16. I don't remember what happened here. I don't know if this is a like a dividend or spin-off or what the heck. I don't remember a stock going from 129 then to 13. I may be wrong. PLXP. This is back in well, this is back in 2016. Who cares? Okay, new entry here, ADES. So this is just, wow. I mean, this is just taking out Friday's high. That's why it just snuck. It's just sneaking in now, ADES. And again, if you look left, $8.09 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. So it's got some room. Low float, 17 million in the float. Okay, thank you, Zach. Now, if you guys can slam the Canadian dollar down for me, that'll be good. Thank you. Yeah, VSTM, don't tell me it's an Amex stock. It is not an Amex stock, thank goodness. Otherwise, Ija, you'd be insufferable. But there's the VSTM, yes. And a huge float, yes, 169 million in the float. So this is moving pretty nicely, even with that float. And look at the room it's got. Look left. 461 or 466 or so is the next high looking left on the monthly chart. So it has some room. I'll be on my break though, guys. I'll be on my break. You caught that, right, Ija? Keep an eye on NGM, guys. You know, I mean, it looks like it does want to now take out 18 again and go on a little run. There's the high way up here. I mean, 19 is the high. All right, guys, I'm getting set to take my break, so I'm just going to put the announcement in. I'll be here until Sean does take over. All right, guys. Again, I'm just waiting. Oh, Sean might be there now. Not yet, no. Oh, maybe it's the old, you know what? Buy American. PTON, buy American. Wow. I mean, it's a big jump. I mean, remember guys, this was down to $80. This is put on about 20%, more than 25%, sorry, since all that negative flack. All right, guys, just waiting. What time is it? 11:59. I'm anticipating Sean will be in the YouTube room any moment now. And then I'll take my break, and I'll be back at about 12:40. And I'll take my break, and I'll be back at about 12:40.
All right, all right. Hello, everybody. It's your boy, Chicago Sean McLaughlin. It's the live Q&A. Thanks for the handoff, Barry. Hello to all of you hanging out in Barry's trading room for the next hour. For those of you who don't know, this is the live Q&A session that we do every trading day at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. Today hosted by me. Throughout the week, we have different people hosting. But today, you got me. And the next hour will be driven by you. What we talk about will be based on the questions that you share with me in the YouTube chat panel there. So if you have any questions at all about the software, this is your opportunity to ask them. My standard disclaimer at the beginning of every session is I don't know the answer to everything, but I do know enough to be dangerous. So fire at will, I'll do my best. And if I don't know the answer to something, I can certainly point you in the right direction to get that question answered. So hope everybody had a great weekend. I know I sure did. Summer is here. I hope people have some stuff going on next week, Memorial Day weekend. I got some plans to get away, get up in the mountains. I'm pretty excited about that. So you guys are looking at my screen here. This is the layout that I use throughout the day. My main layout. I got a couple saved layouts that I refer to daily, but this is my main layout where I track the things that are important or most important to me. And while I wait for questions that come in, one of the things I like to do is I like to go through and review all my open positions that you see here in my Brokerage Plus window. I like to adjust my stops. Now, before you get carried away and looking at all these open profits, this does look pretty nice, but this is the Trade Ideas simulated account here within Brokerage Plus. I'm demoing the simulated trader for people. And these are all swing trades. So these are trades I've held for several days, several weeks. You can see my entry times in this column. You can see the dates. I mean, I got some stuff in here I've had since March. All right, and every one of these trades was a stock that was traded by the Holly AI as an intraday trade, but I took it as a signal to get into some long trades, some swing trades, I mean. So one of the cool things about Brokerage Plus, if you're not using it already, is that if you're using it to trade, which those of you with a Interactive Brokers account or those of you with a E-Trade account can connect your trading accounts with Brokerage Plus and have your orders sent direct from this panel. And what's really cool is you can have stop loss orders working and you can visualize them on a daily chart. So here in this daily chart up here, you could see this red line shows you where my current stop loss level is. It's currently 94.64. And if my stop were to get hit, this is the profit I would walk away with in the trade. I'm currently sitting in almost $1,300 of open profits. You can see here in my blotter. It's my top profitable trade right now. sitting on $1,293 of open profits. But if the stock were to roll over and hit my stop loss, I'd walk away with 857 approximately. Not bad, right? Now what's really cool is we can adjust these stops by just clicking the line and dragging it. Look at that. I can drag my stop loss order up. I'll drag it up just a little bit. Now it's at a new level, 97.32, and my profit that I'll walk away with is 9.94. Okay? So I'm just going to go through all these charts, my open positions, and see if I need to adjust any stops. I like to move my stops in the direction of the trend. I don't move it the other way. That's bad. That's bad practice. But I'm just eyeballing chart levels here, guys. I like this little support here from last week, so I'm going to drag this up right there. I'm a very visual trader. I've been trading for 23 years. I'm not saying this is the best way to trade, but for me, I'm just looking, as a swing trader who's looking to hold stocks for several days or several weeks, I'm just looking for obvious levels of chart support and dragging my stop loss orders to be just below those obvious levels. Will I get picked off from time to time? Of course I will. That's the cost of doing business. But I want to make sure I'm locking in some gains, or at least locking in some smaller losses. So I'm going to just drag up some of these stop loss orders to levels that I feel comfortable with, and I do this once a week generally with these swing trades. And guys, again, this is a simulated trading account, but I do swing trades with options and some other things, and this is the same way that I manage my positions. I have stop loss levels that I key off of, and I'm just dragging my levels to be there. I don't overcomplicate things here, guys. This is not heavy math or heavy science. Certainly not algorithmic based. It's just classic eyeballing charts. Like I said, I've been doing this a long time. This is a gut feel for me. I'm not saying it's the best. I'm not saying it can't be improved upon, but this is how I do things. So it looks like I'm just about done. I got a lot of open positions on. Wow. It's been, the market's been pretty favorable. Okay, I'm going to drag this stop to right below there. Minimize that potential loss. I think the rest of these here are going to stay the same. Let's see where we're at. But you guys, I mean, you noticing how easy this is to do? Managing your stop losses? I mean, this is awesome. Yes, Assyria, these trades, did they come from the AI? The AI did not do these trades specifically the way I did them, but every one of these tickers, every one of these symbols, these are all stocks that the AI had traded. And maybe I should back up a little bit. For those of you who are familiar with the Holly AI, or maybe you're not familiar with it, what you should know about the Holly AI is that every trade that Holly AI does is a day trade, okay? The AI as currently designed, it does not hold any trades overnight. It exits all trades before the end of the day. So therefore they are day trades. But the trades that the Holly AI gets into throughout the day, she got into those trades because there was a catalyst present that she uncovered, whatever that catalyst could be. It might be a new all-time high. It might be a stock crossing a significant moving average. Could be a stock seeing an uptick in volume. Whatever the reason that Holly got into that trade, whatever that signal or catalyst is, that catalyst doesn't expire at 4 p.m. Eastern when the market closes. That's just an artificial constraint that we've placed on the platform in service of day trading. Those catalysts, if we're lucky, have the potential to move a stock for several days or several weeks. That's the bet I'm making. So every day, in fact, I have a layout created right here. In my channel bar here, you'll notice I have 3 custom channels that I've created that are unique to me. I've got an AI Swings channel, so I'm going to load this up real quick. And I've got it so that I've got this little window here shows me all of the long trades that Holly has done today. I don't care about the short trades. I know she's done some short trades today. I only care about the long trades because as a swing trader, that's what I'm comfortable with. I like to swing trade from the long side, okay? I know many of you like to swing trade on the short side. That's cool. I got nothing against that for you. It's just for me, I'm comfortable trading swing trades on the long side. So I've got this AI strategy trades window here set up that just shows me the long trades. And how did I do that? Well, I launched an AI strategy trades window by going to my TI menu bar. If I go to new and choose AI strategy trades window right here, it launches this window. And then I have a filter. See this filter in the header here? I just have it selected to just show me all the long strategies. That's all I care about. I don't care about the shorts, okay? And so every day, in the last hour of the day usually, I'll go through all the long trades. These are all the long trades she's done today. And I'll just look at the charts. Across the top here, I've got 4 charts. They're all the same stock, just on different time frames. This is a monthly chart, a weekly chart, daily chart, and an intraday 5-minute chart. What I'm primarily looking at is these first 2 charts here, the monthly chart and the weekly chart. I want a stock to be in a long-term uptrend if I'm going to buy it long for a swing trade. So I want to see a monthly chart and a weekly chart that's, generally from the bottom left to the upper right. If both charts, both monthly and weekly, are up and to the right, I'm interested. The final piece of information I'll look at is I look into the single stock window. I want to make sure the stock has a market cap north of half a billion, or 500 million, right? That's a minimum market cap I like to trade. And I want to see average daily volume of at least 100,000 shares, which we see here. That's good. So checks all the boxes. So this is a stock I will probably trade today. All right, I'm not looking for a perfect entry. I'm not looking at the 5-minute chart and looking to buy a breakout or anything like that. I'm in it for a long move. I'm not so worried about nickels and dimes. If the monthly chart and the weekly chart looks good, I'm buying. All right, so that's how I do those trades, Asiri. I use the Holly AI as my bullpen to help me find actionable stocks. Now, I'm not going to trade every one of these stocks. Okay, I'm just going to go through each chart and look for ones that have monthly and weekly charts that look like this, right? Up and to the right. That's what I want. This is another stock I'll probably trade. Okay, and let's see. Let's find one that I won't trade. Wow, all these look pretty good. This rarely happens. Okay, here's one I definitely don't want to trade. This monthly chart and this weekly chart. No thanks. Not interested. I will skip that one. But that's how I do it, Asiri. And for everyone else who's listening, I hope that was instructional. And Asiri, you're asking about my Google spreadsheet. That these stocks that appear on the Google spreadsheet, yeah, they come from this process that I just went through. Okay, all those stocks that I put up on the Google spreadsheet, they came from this process. In fact, I will share that link here for those of you who are curious about what Asiri is talking about. Let me just give me a sec. Let me pull it up. Pulling it up on another screen here. Let's see. Here it is. Let me get the link to share it. If anybody's interested in checking this link out, you got to just click the link and then you got to ask permission to view it, and I'll have to allow you in. But it's no worries. It doesn't cost anything, and it just takes me a second to allow you. Here it is. What do I call it? The curated AI swing trade watch list. So there it is. I just put it in the chat panel. And I share that out almost every day on Twitter. On the days that I don't add any new positions, I don't share it out. But if you follow me on Twitter, I'm at Chicago Sean, as Asiri put there in the channel box there, or the panel box. I tweet it out usually in the last hour of the day with the updates. And I see a lot of you coming in. All right, let me give you access. I'm going to fire off some access for all of you. Give me a sec. Very cool. And so, yeah, the stocks that you see on this link that I'm giving you access to, these were all found through the process that I just went through there. Give me a sec. I gotta give you all access one by one here. I'm clicking. I'm juking. I'm jiving. There you go. Oh, I missed one more. Gary, incoming. Here you go, buddy. Okay. Everyone that just requested, you just got activated. It's not a very exciting spreadsheet, but it shows you all the stocks over the last week that I've added. And every one of those stocks on that list are stocks that I've traded, and you can see the trades here in my blotter. They're all in here. All right, Asiri, I'm glad you've been using it. I mean, look, there's been some big winners that have come out of this list. They're not all winners, of course, right? But we've had some big winners over the last. I've been doing this list I think I've been maintaining this list for about 3 years now. And we've had some big ones. And hey, look, guys, that really hits upon a fundamental truth about swing trading, is that our hit rate, our win rate's going to be low, less than 50% for sure, right? Maybe closer to 30%. 30% of our trades are going to be wins. But you know what? Following this process of swing trading, all it takes is a handful of big winners to make up for everything else. All right. The guidelines that I follow with my swing trading is I never risk more than 2%. Actually, in this example, I'm never risking more than $200. Okay. So every trade that I put on, the position size is such that I'm not risking more than $200. Now your number might be different. I don't know what kind of money you're trading with. You might be trading with a $10,000 account. You might be trading with a $200,000 account. It doesn't matter. You figure out that number that you want, that you're comfortable with. For me, that number is $200. I will risk up to $200 per trade, and that's it. So with that framework, I'm never going to take a big loss. Okay, $200. I could stomach $200 all day long. All right, and so what's going to happen is 90% of my trades, easily 90% of my trades, are going to be a pretty balanced mix of small losers and small winners that end up being a net wash. All right, there's going to be a shit ton of $200 losers, a smaller amount of maybe, let's say, $200 to $500 winners, no big deal. And those are all just going to kind of net out to a net zero. All right. But the 10% of my trades, or maybe even the 5% of my trades that become the big winners, that pays for everything else. That makes up for everything. And that's the math that I use that works for me in my swing trading. I never know which trade's going to be the big winner, but I put myself in position to have one of those big winners. And going through the process that we did earlier, where I was dragging up my stop loss orders, that's how I ride these big winners. This new, worst case scenario, I'm going to walk away now with a $994 profit. And this whole, you can see down here where this blue button is in this daily chart. This is where I entered this position on this day. This thing's been a winner pretty much right out of the gate, which has been great. They don't all work that way, but it's been nice. But as the stock has moved my way, I've been consistently dragging my stop loss order a little bit higher when new levels of support reveal themselves. And that's what I do. I never get out at the top, guys. I'm never looking at top ticket trade, because you never know when a stock's going to go from $100 to $1,000, and you'll never get there if you're trying to top ticket trade. So I hope you guys found that useful. Let's see, a couple more of you coming in for access requests. I just hit you up. There you go. Okay. So Siri, no, I tend to enter my trades near the close of the trading day. There's no magic in that, by the way. There's no magic on the timing of the entries. My workflow, the way I do it is, at the last hour of the day, I will go through and look at all these trades here that Holly's done, because by the time we get into the last hour of the day, Holly's pretty much done all the trades she's going to do for the day. She rarely enters new trades in the last hour. Sometimes she does, but rarely. So in the last hour of the day, I can see all the trades that she's done, and then I'll go through and enter my trades at the end of the day. Now, again, no magic in that. If you want to enter the next day, that's fine. Look, we're playing for big moves. I'm not nickel and dime in my entries. I don't care about, getting a 25 cents worse fill. I'm playing for the big move. I want to hold a position for months if I can, because the positions that I hold for a month or two or three, those are the ones that are the big winners, right? Those are the ones that go on my way. So yeah, I'm using $200 based on stop loss as my stop loss orders. Yes. So you'll notice here in my Brokerage Plus panel, you can see my position sizes here in this column. So for new, I got 51 shares. For Barry, I got 70 shares. For IP, I've got 72 shares. For Wen, I've got 179 shares. This is just based on where my stop loss order was, and my position is sized such that if my stop loss order, my original stop loss order, not the adjusted one as we've gone forward, but my original stop loss order, if it were to get hit, my 179 shares in Wendy's would cost me, I would suffer a $200 net loss. Okay. And so the way I do it, and you guys can do it the ways that make most sense for you, but for me as a swing trader, I just place my stop loss at 5% away. So if it's a $100 stock, my initial stop loss is going to be at 95 bucks. Now, that's not the perfect way to do it. I know that. A better way to use a stop loss is to do some kind of volatility-based stop loss, maybe like an ATR, average true range-based stop loss. That's the better way to do it. But for me, I'm just trying to do it quick and dirty and simple. I'm all about keeping things simple. So my stop losses are at 5% away. My initial stop loss. Of course, I drag them forward as the market goes my way. Good questions. If anybody else has any questions about swing trading, the way I do it, and using Holly as my bullpen, fire away. Or if we've exhausted that topic, please, if you have any questions about the software whatsoever, this is the platform to do that. I'm here until the top of the hour, until 1 p.m. Eastern. And then we'll pass the room back to Barry, and Barry will be able to take you into the close. You use parabolic SAR for trailing stop loss. Okay, great. If that works for you, I don't have a monopoly on the best ideas, guys. I can tell you that. I can tell you that for sure. Whatever works for you, keep doing it. There's no magic formula for trading success. I talk about, for those of you who've been hanging out in my Q&As for a long time, I talk about this often. I talk about the paradox, what I call the paradox of trading success. And that is that when you look at most traders who lose money, and look, the sad fact is the majority of active traders lose money. That's just the way it is. We can't change that. Well, we can hope to help it, but we can't completely change that. And but at the end of the day, the people that lose money in trading, they all lose money for pretty much the same 4 or 5 reasons, right? They're either over trading, they're undercapitalized, they have no strategy, they're trading too big, or they're trading emotionally. I mean, I'm riffing here, but there's like 4 or 5 reasons that you could bucket every losing trade or every losing trader into those 5 buckets of why they lost. Okay? I don't care who you are, how big you are, how small you are, how experienced you are. Your losers will all kind of fall into that same bucket. However, the winning traders, the people who make money month in, month out, year in, year out for years, who've been doing it across their career, and they're out there. Those people exist out there. Every one of those traders, you could fill a room with 1,000 successful traders, okay? I promise you, every 1,000 of those traders makes money in a unique way. Now, there's definitely going to be some similarities and commonalities between some. You have some guys that might be breakout traders. You might be some that are long-term holders. You might be some that are mean reversion traders. You might be some that only short squeeze stocks. There may be some commonalities, but I promise you, every single one of those profitable traders brings their own, let's call it, secret sauce to the table. All right. So that begs the question, if there's only 4 or 5 reasons why everybody loses, and there's an infinite number of ways that we can make money, then why is it so damn hard to make money? I don't have an answer to that question. That's a question I just posed to the ether and let you all stew in that one for a while. But I call that the paradox of trading, a paradox of successful trading. It is a paradox. Okay, anybody want to take us in a new direction? Anybody have any different questions about a feature, about a layout, about a top list, about a filter, anything? Have you guys been checking out the Strength Alerts channel? Let's go over to the Strength Alerts channel real quick. Guys, this is great. This is a new feature we just rolled out recently. Everyone who's a Trade Ideas subscriber has access to this channel. Okay, so no need to do a separate subscription. If you are not a Trade Ideas software subscriber, you can subscribe just to the Strength Alerts newsletter, which comes in an email form. It looks like this. It's gonna you'll have an email to look like this little thing right here, and it'll give you the 5 picks for the week. I believe that's $17 a month. I think is what it is. So you can get that without being a Trade Idea subscriber. But if you are a Trade Idea subscriber, then you all have access to it. And basically, the elevator pitch of the TI Strength Alerts system is every week on Monday, you get 5 new stocks. In this case, these are the stocks: KRC, EW, AEE, CPRT, and APO. These stocks are picked based on some unique algorithms that we've developed, based on stocks that are exhibiting certain strength characteristics that we have back tested and found valuable. And the back tests that we have provided, and if you go to our pay, in fact, I'll find a link here for you guys in a second, but you could see the back tested results of this system, if you were to call it a system, going back 5 years, where basically all you would do is buy these 5 names at the open of trading on Monday, and then close them the following Monday open, I'm sorry. So a week later, you close these at the open on Monday and then open up the next 5 that come that week. If that's all you did, it's basically what? 2 minutes of effort every week? If that's all you did, you would have crushed the S&P 500 over the last 5 years based on our back test and 1 year of forward testing. Let me find that link for you guys. For those of you who are interested in seeing the results, let me see, where is it? Okay, I'm going to share the link here in the chat. TI Strength. And if you go to this link, you'll find the back-tested performance. It's pretty impressive, if I do say so myself. I'm fully biased, of course, but it's pretty damn impressive. And guys, it's an unemotional system, right? It's not because we like these stocks or we have any special fondness for any one of these names. It's just based on numbers and math and statistics, right? I mean, for those of you who are familiar with the Investor's Business Daily and their whole, can slim process, I'm not saying this is like that. The parameters are definitely different, but the can slim model has proven to work for years and years and years, and it's based on basically just math, and so is this. Razak, you said you wanted to clarify both exits and entries are at the open for the strength alerts. The way we back tested it, yes. The way we back tested it and the results that we publish in that link that you have up there, that is based on entering new stocks on Monday at the open. Because by the way, you'll get the newsletter over the weekend, so you have plenty of time to get ready for Monday open. But the back-tested results that you see are based on entering every one of these 5 stocks on Monday at the open and then closing them, win or lose, closing them the following Monday at the open. So basically, once you get into it, your process is every Monday morning, you're closing all the previous positions and opening all the new ones. That's it. Now, you might decide you want to trade it a little differently, and that's fine. You can totally do that, and maybe you'll outperform the way we're performing. Okay, I'm just telling you that's how the back-tested results that you see published on that link there. That's how those results were arrived. Hey Kevin, my approach is interesting. $200 is very conservative up front, yet gives more room to play, which is the opposite of the modern day trader narrative. Well, look, $200 is a meaningless number, really. I mean, let's not get fixated on $200. If I have a $2,000 account, then risking $200 per trade is incredibly irresponsible. That's way too much. That means I'm risking 2% of my, risking 10% of my capital on every trade. Okay, that's a terrible idea. On the flip side, if I have a $100,000 account and I'm risking $200 per trade, then yeah, that would be pretty damn conservative. Okay, so don't get hung up on the $200. That's just a number that I use. That's a number I like. Okay, your number could be completely different. It all depends on how much capital you're trading with. But guys, I'll tell you, I've said it before and I'll say it again. I've been in this business a long time, over 2 decades, and I know a lot of successful traders, and every one of them, with no exception, none of them will risk more than 2% of their capital on any one trade. Most of them will not risk more than 1%. That's pretty consistent. It's very consistent over all the successful traders I know. So you do you figure out how much money you want to risk, but I don't know, man. For me, yeah, I don't like to risk more than 1%. I'm one of the 1% guys. I'm not a 2% guy. I'm a 1% guy. Because look, guys, the thing about trading is, this may sound controversial to some of you, but the act of trading is pretty damn easy. The mechanics of trading is easy. You read a couple books, you attend a couple webinars, you can get the mechanics down of what you're supposed to do, about when to buy, when to sell, how to size your positions. That's pretty easy, okay? That may sound controversial to some of you, but believe me, it is pretty easy. What's hard is the mental part of the game. It's battling your own fear and greed, battling your own hangups, your own biases, all that stuff, okay? The only way you'll truly learn at this game and survive in this game is by not taking big losses. Because if you don't ever take any big losses, then that gives you more time in the seat. Okay, that gets you more time in front of the screen. That gives you the chance to do more trades. And the only way you're going to get good at this game is by doing more trades. The more time you put in the seat, your experience level compounds, and it's the experience level that's going to get you to success. It's not a strategy you read in a book. It's not the TI strength alerts. It's no magic strategy. It's experience. It's time. It's making mistakes. It's feeling the pain when you lose. It's feeling the exhilaration when you win. You have to go through all that stuff, and there's no substitute for time in the seat. Okay? And the only way you get time in the seat is by not destroying your trading capital, by trading irresponsibly and trading too big. Okay? So when in doubt, always trade smaller. If you're thinking about putting a trade on and you're not sure you want to buy 500 shares or 600 shares, or you're not sure if you want to risk $200 or $300, always choose the lesser option if you're not sure. Okay? Trust me. You never want to take the big losses. The winners will take care of themselves, I promise. If you let your winners run and have a system in place for capturing big wins, you'll get them. Okay? But you got to be patient. All right, so I'll get off my soapbox now. Sorry about that. Okay, anyone have any other questions? Grant, did you give a hint about entry point? If you're talking about the TI strength alerts, there's no hint on entry point. You just buy at the open if you want to follow the back-tested results that we have. Again, you could do it any way you want, but the back-tested results that we display for the TI strength alerts system is based on buying at the open on Monday and selling at the open on the following Monday. That's it. Simple. Don't overcomplicate it. Boy, this stock market's just been grinding higher all day today, huh? How about that? Let's see, let me pull up my layout again. Kevin, you actually needed that. All right, good stuff. I hope I didn't sound like I was browbeating anybody. I'm certainly no person to lecture. Okay, here's my S&P chart intraday, 5 minutes. So I mean, just a relentless bid higher. Now we've seems to have leveled off. Are we going to hold these levels? I think we do, but what do I know? I don't know anything. So folks, for those of you who joined us late, I'm Chicago Sean McLaughlin. This is the Trade Ideas live Q&A session. We're here for another little less than a half an hour until the top of the hour. And this is where we are making the YouTube channel available for any questions that you have about the software, about how to do certain things in the software. If you have questions about features, questions about layouts, questions about, I don't know, anything. I don't know the answer to everything, but I do know enough to be dangerous. So if you're sitting on any question, please don't be shy. If you think it's a stupid beginner's question, don't feel that way, please, because look, there's 75 of you here tuned in right now. I promise you, if you've got a question about something, there's somebody else who will also benefit from the answer. So don't be shy. Okay, good question from Market Stocks. How do I make a chart be unlinked from all the other ones? I'm assuming you meant to say unlinked, not unliked. So you'll notice here on this current layout, I've got 3 charts. These 2 are the same ticker. So whenever I click on a ticker on my platform, it brings up both, right? TAL, TAL. This is a daily chart and this is a 5-minute chart. If I go to my top list right here and click on this ticker, AMC, it's going to bring up AMC charts. But you'll notice this chart here has stayed static on SPY. So I guess Market Stocks is asking me, how do I do that? Very simple. In any chart that you want to be unlinked and to be static, just right click on that chart and go to Properties. And see here where it says symbol linking? I've got the check in that box now, so its symbols are linked. So anytime I click a symbol on the platform, it's going to update. But if I uncheck that box, then it will no longer be linked. So you'll notice if I do it in my SPY chart here, if I go to Properties, see symbol linking, there's no check next to that box. So the only way that this chart will change is if I click on the chart and just type in a different symbol. If I type in a symbol, that's the only way. I'll have to manually change it. Okay? I hope that answered your question. I know, Market Stocks. Believe me, I've been there many times. Sometimes the solutions are just staring us right in the face. I know, believe me. Which reminds me of a common thing that stares people in the face is if you're ever in a alert or a top list config window. Let's say you open up an alert window, right? And you're trying to create an alert window, and you're in the search tab, and you bring up something like, I don't know, relative volume. You see this filter, and you're like, what does relative volume do? I don't understand how that's calculated or what that's trying to tell me. If you have any questions about any alerts or filters that you see in the config windows, just highlight the filter in question or the alert in question, highlight it, and click this help button right here. It's hiding in plain sight. This help button will launch a web page that takes a second to fully load, but once it loads, it'll load right to the top, or it'll load and it'll have that particular item right here at the top. There it is, relative volume. And you'll have a very robust definition of what that alert or filter is doing, how it's calculated, what the inputs, outputs are, etc. That's something that's one of those things that's hiding in plain sight that people forget about. Okay, a question about the channel bar. Can you reorder the channel bar? So you want all these channels to be in a different order. Unfortunately, you cannot. Well, yes and no. So you'll notice here in my channel bar, and my channel bar is going to look a little different than yours. At the top 3 here above this little horizontal line, these are custom channels that I've created. These are unique to me. No one else has these channels. These are my own channels that I've created. Okay? I can reorder these. Okay? And the way I do it is I go to the gearbox, edit custom channels, and I could highlight this, arrow it up. And there it is. Now it's up there. Now it's up at the top. I could do that, right? So I can reorder my custom channels. All right. But these channels down here, these are going to be the same for everybody, and they're not customizable. They're not going to be able to move. And believe me, that's a request I've asked for years. I would like this channel bar to be fully customizable. Out of all these channels I reference maybe 2 or 3 of them. So I'd rather just have the 2 or 3 I look at and get rid of all the rest. But that's just me. Will that come in a future iteration? Maybe. I don't know. It's a low priority fix at this point. Trey, good question. Do they update the strength index list this week? It has been updated. There's a little bug this morning. So here's what's up. The strength alerts email, if you're on the email distribution list, went out. So you would have received that. This top list, this shows the current picks. These are the stocks for this week. But this welcome screen window here, which basically references the email that goes out each week, this has not been updated. This is showing you last week's stocks. There's a little bug that we're fixing to hopefully get that squashed soon. This will be updated today. I'm confident this will be fixed today. But this window here has not been updated. But these stocks are the current stocks for this week? Good question, Trey. Gerardo Rivera. I'm going to assume that's a fake name. Did you miss we were talking about just a little while ago, we were talking about the TI strength alerts. There's a link if you scroll up. In fact, I'll just share it again. There's a link here that will kind of go into more in-depth explanation of what's going on. Here's the link. I'm putting it back there in the chat panel right under your question, Gerardo. But basically, the picks are based on proprietary algorithms that are uncovering stocks exhibiting pretty strong relative strength, along with a number of other characteristics that are proprietary to trade ideas. But it's simple math and simple statistics, and these stocks based on these picks have done tremendously well. In that link that I shared, you'll see the performance of this strategy going back 4 years of back testing and 1 year of forward testing, and with live data, and the results are nothing short of astounding. So Gerardo, spend some time on that link if you can, and we'll get because we already kind of went over it earlier. I don't want to repeat it for everybody else who heard it. But yeah, it's a great system, and it's super easy to use. Okay, am I caught up here? Yeah, I see a question about limit offset. How do you set the limit offset to go in 5 below the alert? Okay, so this is a more advanced thing here. You're talking about in Brokerage Plus if you're auto trading. Let's go to a strategy here. If I want to edit my trading strategy here, the swing trade buys, order details, you are talking about the limit offset. So if I was doing limit orders, which I don't do, I do market orders, but if you were to do a limit order and you want to have your limit order go in 5% or 5 cents below the alert price, I don't know if it's going to be based on the alert price. It's going to be based on whatever the last price is at the time that the the order goes in. I believe is how the limit offset goes. So if you have a limit order, then you come down here to limit offset and you change your number to, I think it's going to be +5. I get these pluses and minuses mixed up. There's a clue right here, outside the market. So in this case, this would be a 5 cent improvement on the price. So if the stock last traded at $100, for example, then it's going to send out a limit order at 99.95. Okay, so it'll be 5 cents below the last price. I believe that's how that works. You might have to experiment with that. I'm sorry, I don't use it myself. I'm a market order guy because I'm swing trading and I don't care about nickels and dimes. That's just me. Mustafa, what's the shortcut to symbol change in a window? The simple shortcut is just click on the chart, anywhere on the chart, and just start typing. And then this change symbol window will pop up. That's it. Just click on the chart and start typing. Boom. Hope that made sense. Sorry, as I take a sip of coffee. Cold in my office today. I don't know why my office is so cold, so I've been sipping on warm coffee to stay warm today. Hope nobody's getting hurt too bad in the cryptocurrency sell-offs. If any of you guys are crypto traders, look, I'm sorry, it's my fault. It's my fault that the market is sold off. I top ticked the market. I was the last guy who finally opened up a Coinbase account and bought some Bitcoin and some Ethereum. I was the guy. My $200, no, it actually was $100. I've added a little bit since, but it was my $100 buy of Bitcoin that top ticked the market, as it should be, as it should be. So sorry about that to all you cryptocurrency traders. I'll take the blame. In your Brokerage Plus window, in your Positions tab, can you scroll to the right to see the column headers? So in the Positions tab, you want to scroll to the right to see my position headers. Yep, you can do that with this, moving this bar right here. Is that what you're asking? Or you could just stretch the window out. That'll help too. If you're looking for some magic columns that I have, I don't really have any magic columns. I think most of these here I don't even pay attention to. They're just there. And I can change these columns if I want. I can go to this little gearbox right here. Oh no, that's not it. What do I do? Well, I right click and go to columns, and then I can add and remove columns through here. That's your luck. Glad it wasn't you this time. Yeah, I took the bullet for everybody in the crypto space. I took it. I took the bullet. You're welcome. Or you could hate on me as well. Apparently the Bitcoin space and the crypto space was just waiting for my $100 buy order to come in. Because I mean, my timing was seriously uncanny. I think I'm within like $5 of the Bitcoin top. But that said, when I bought with my $100, I knew that I was close to the top somewhere. I knew that this was going to happen. That's why I only did it with $100. I really just wanted to get my feet in the water, open up an account, see what it's like to trade these things. It was really just to learn. It's a learning experience. And I'm actually not trading the cryptocurrencies. I'm thinking I'm going to start dollar cost averaging into Bitcoin and Ethereum. So I'm in it for the long haul. These are not trades. And again, we're talking peanuts here, money-wise. So I'm not worried about it yet. But I feel for some of you who have a lot of money invested. I know that's no fun riding that kind of volatility. No fun at all. It's fun on the upside. It's never fun on the downside. All right, folks, I got 15 minutes left. So if we haven't covered an area that you'd like to cover yet, step on up. Throw a question in. Let's get after it. Anybody read any good trading books lately? I'm on the hunt for a new trading book. I mean, I've pretty much read all of them. I've read all the classics, that's for sure. If there's anything new out there that I haven't read, let me know. I've been hearing about there's a new book out by a psychologist who works with poker players. I'm trying to think of his name. Jared Standler, maybe is his name. Jared Stendler. That might not be the right name, but I think if it's not the right name, it's close. But apparently he's got a new book out that has some potential. Might be pretty good. Talking about the psychology of trading, which, by the way, the psychology of trading is the most important thing. Like I talked about earlier, I don't care what strategy you have. You could have the best trading strategy in the world, but if you don't have the wetware between your ears to execute that strategy, come hell or high water, then it's just not going to work. You're not going to make money. So trading strategies are great, but you got to have it all together upstairs first. And I'm speaking from experience, folks. I've had some great trading strategies, but I was the weakest link in making those things work for me. Mike, I just gave you access to the swing trade watch list. You're in. By the way, if anybody wants that link again, here, let me find that link. Where is it? Copy. Curated AI swing trade watch list. Here's that link again, folks, if anybody wants it. Like I said, I update that almost every day towards the market close, because that's when I get into those trades. There you go, Grant. It's right there. Right on. It's right there on the chat panel, right above you, right above your question. I'm being told the TI strength has been updated here in the channel bar. Let's see. Yes, ding, ding, ding. Here on the TI strength channel, this portion of it, one of you was asking earlier, it's been updated now. It's got the, whoops, what's happening? What's happening? What have I done? There we go. So it's got the trade rationales for all the current stocks now. So it's up to date for those of you who are waiting for it. Okay, let's see. I see a bunch of you just came in for requesting access for that link. I'm getting you going here just a sec. Please forgive my formatting skills on that spreadsheet. It's not the sexiest thing. It's really basic. Oh, okay, hold on a second. Dun, 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 dun. All right, Brian, I'll get you hooked up here in just a sec. Brian K. There you go. You're all good. So I believe everyone who's requested access, I've approved. So you guys are all good. If there's anyone else out there who wants it and I haven't approved, you just let me know. I'll hook you up. And guys, just for those of you looking at that spreadsheet right now, in the column where it says initial suggested stop level, just the quick and dirty on that is those are just 5% away from my entry price. There's nothing magic about that stop, guys. So you might find a better stop level that maybe makes more sense for the way you think about trades. So feel free to use your own stop loss level, but that's what I use. Again, I'm just doing quick and dirty, 5% away. It's not optimal, but it works for me, okay? I like to keep things simple. And so this gets updated every day. I keep the picks from the last week. And so like today when I enter, I'll be adding trades on May 24th. And I'll probably delete these ones from the 17th, have those go away. We just keep the most recent picks from the most recent week up there. All right, we're hitting the home stretch here, everybody. So any questions, now's your chance. You're welcome, Music Over Money. You're welcome, Tuber. You're welcome, Grant. Hope you guys find some value in that. Oops, okay, give me a sec. Ba-ba-da-ba-da. I see you, Satish. Give me a sec. Okay, you should be good now. Satish. Hope I'm not butchering your name. Apologize if I am. In B+, what is privacy mode? I gotta be honest, that's a new one. I don't know what privacy mode is. Where are you seeing that? Oh, right here, Windows privacy mode. Well, let's find out together. I've never used it. Privacy enabled. Yeah, it doesn't seem to do anything. I don't notice anything different. I mean, I still see my open P&L and all my P&L numbers. I got to be honest, I don't know. You're the first person who's ever asked me that question. You know what? I'll ask my team here back channel. See if anybody. I'm just taking a little screenshot here. I'm gonna share it with my team and say, hey, anybody know what this is? Because I've never used it before. I've never even seen it. See, I told you I don't know everything. Okay, let me ask my trader buddies here, the trade ideas, if they know anything. Anybody know what privacy mode is or does? It stops the folks from hacking on it. Yeah, maybe. Okay, I'm told that what it'll do, I'm in the simulated trading account, right? But if I was trading an actual live account, if I was connected to an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, then it would hide my account number. So right now, if I had my account connected, it would say my account number here in the top, in the header. But in privacy mode, it'll hide your account number, and that's done for people who are maybe sharing their screens in a webinar or something like that. So I'm told that's what the privacy mode does. Brian asks, would I swing trade the strength alerts, or do you have better symbols? I would absolutely swing trade the strength alerts. In fact, I don't know what I'm waiting for, but I've been meaning to like just open a small little account, maybe like open up like a Robinhood account or something, and just throw a couple grand into it and just trade these TI strength alerts, because like I said, like I've talked about before, the performance has been outstanding. Yes, it's been a bull market. I know that. We all know that. But regardless, it's outperformed the S&P tremendously. Will it outperform the S&P in the next bear market? Well, we'll find out. I'm optimistic that it will. To the extent it will outperform, who knows? But yeah, I would trade these. Absolutely, Brian. And thanks for reminding me. I've been meaning to get around to opening up a Robinhood account or some chintzy little thing, because again, this is not too labor intensive. It basically takes 2 minutes of work every week. Basically every Monday morning, put out 5 market orders to exit the previous week's positions and 5 market orders to buy the new 5 positions at the open. That's pretty simple. Any monkey can do it, as they say. Okay, folks, so we're just about at the end of our time here. I got a couple of minutes. I just want to make sure I let you guys know that if you're a first timer here, we do this every trading day, Monday through Friday. We have a rotating cast of characters that host these sessions. I typically do Mondays, and then we got Steve is tomorrow, and Michael is Wednesday, Jamie is Thursday, Andy is Friday. Sometimes Chris Varley throws in. We mix it up. So as you're kicking the tires of the platform and learning and coming up with new questions, you can come back any trading day, noon Eastern, and one of us will be here to answer your questions and help you along. We understand that new software is complicated. It doesn't matter what you use, what platform you're on. Every new software is complicated, right? So we're here to, we think this is the best way to be able to coach you through some of those challenges because we can talk to you, we can share our screens with you, and we can reach more of you this way. So like I said before, if anyone has a question, I promise that if you have a question, somebody else will also benefit from the answer more than just you. So this is the best way for us, we think, to help people out. It's the best way we could scale. And I mean, look, we've got thousands of customers, and we have a very small team here at Trade Ideas, a growing team, thankfully, but we have a very small team. So the way for us to support thousands of customers, this is the best way for us to do that. Well, thank you, Asiri. I appreciate that. Very nice of you to say. Thank you. Thank you. All right, so Barry is logged in and ready to go. So I'll just hang here for any last question. If anyone has one more question, you got about 30 seconds to throw it in here. Otherwise, I'm going to pass it over to Barry. And Barry will be showing his screen in the live trading room, and it'll take you up to pretty close to the close. And guys, bookmark this YouTube link. If you're a first timer here, and it's your first time in the live Q&A, bookmark this link, this YouTube link that you're at right now, because we are streaming at this link all trading day long, every day. When it's not the live Q&A, we're simulcasting Barry's live trading room, where you're looking over the shoulder of an actual trader. We're trading with real money, a professional. Barry is a great guy, super helpful, super knowledgeable, and you can learn a lot just from watching and listening Barry. Gary, I'll leave you with this thought. Do I have a preferred swing trade, swing alert scan? I'll tell you right now, I'm talking our book, of course, but this TI Strength, this channel I'm on right now, the Strength Alerts channel, these stocks should be at the top of your list to be considering for swing trades. All right? Doesn't mean they're all going to be winners, of course. You got to apply proper risk management and proper trade size according to your parameters, but you should be considering these stocks as potential swing trades. So I'll leave you with that. Yes, Tuber, these Q&As will continue. We do these every day. The test drive is over, but we still continue to do these every day. All right, folks, good chatting with you. Thanks for all the questions. Great questions today. Thanks for all the kudos. I hope you guys enjoy that link that I shared earlier. I'm going to pass it back to Barry now. Have a great day. Trade them well this week.
Beyond Meat. Ooh, nice, JB. Well, it's not so much the last hour. There's only one way to zoom, and just click on the chart you want to zoom in on. So left click on it, left click on the chart, Control key, press down on your keyboard, and then with the scroll bar on your mouse, or your scroll wheel on your mouse, just scroll in and out. Okay? So on a 15-minute chart, so you just left click on the chart, keep the control key pressed down, and then just scroll in and out with that mouse wheel. Okay? Ija, thank you. Okay, so you guys can now hear me. Somebody asked if to tuber. Yeah, I mean this is not just because of the test drive. I think the question was, I mean, this room and the support that one of the other traders does in the YouTube room between 12 and 1. Yeah, that's just typical. That's nothing to do with the test drive. Monday to Thursday at. Did I say Thursday? Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Five Guys. Meanwhile, guys, VSM, I've been talking about this one. There's from my option scanner. It's inching its way up. 372, 388 now. I mean, it has room. Yes, I do not see any news for that MOXC, not today anyway. Boy, this GME, guys, it's really looks like it's setting up. Leading brands, that's leading brands, right? Didn't they have earning? Yeah, they had earnings last week on the 19th. Let's see, that's post-market, so the reaction would have been on the 20th. So let's just see what the reaction was. So there it was. Sorry, there it was. Oh, I got it right. So there it was. So the reaction was not great. I mean, there's the gap down. Then it kept, the next 2 days. So this is Thursday and Friday. Recovering a little bit today. That's about it. Yeah, I mean, 1.9. I mean, it's not, well, from my way of thinking anyway, 1.9 relative volume. If you're talking about this, I guess maybe this is what you're referring to, though, right? In the 15-minute chart, volume is picking up. I guess that's what you're talking about more. It's funny, JV. Yeah, so again, I know that the MAC appeared on the gap up and reverse, but this is just a buyout. You can always tell a buyout by the way if you look at a 15-minute chart or a 5, well, certainly a 15, just the way it flatlined. So that's your clue. Somebody asked earlier, why is it doing this? Well, it's because it's a buyout. Well, okay, let's take a look at SFT. Has it really moved? Ooh, okay, so this is moving off the financing. Okay, so the financing news has been digested somewhat. I still don't see I don't see a price for it. I see $75 million, but I don't see what an effective price is. But the news is now being digested. Be nice to know what the effective price of that financing was or is. So it's just, okay. Our finance man, Mr. William S., can always count on him to let us know what's going on. AMC is starting to swoon a bit here, guys. AMC starting to sink a little bit out of that area right here. Yes, I do hear you, Chloe. All right, I just took this VSTM in the simulator. Let's see if what happens with this. Yeah, this is an earnings play, but this is boring as anything. ACY. ACY has had some interesting days in the past. I'm surprised it's so boring today when it has earnings. Look at this, up a penny, whoop-de-doo. Boy, this is another one that used to be a bit of a high flyer, this Cheetah Mobile from China. I mean, this was up to what, $18. This is, it's a few years ago, but in 2018 it just slid. What is making new highs, Aja? Which one are you talking about? You talking about MCF? Not MCF. Or are you talking about VSTM? Oh shoot, I forgot. Remember I was talking about this one right about here, I think, saying, this could have a bit of a run. It was basing. So this is this SCPS. It looks like it's trying to have another bit of a run, and the volume is coming back in. You got to be careful, awfully careful. 5.6 million in the float. Okay, thank you, Aja. So you are talking about VSTM, okay? This is looking like it wants to run again, guys. Remember, hit what, $20. And then we have these nonsensical ones, RHE, popping for no reason and then just dropping. Yeah, Iova is putting quite a big pop in, actually. It's coming off the bottoms right here on the 5. I don't see any huge increase in volume, though. Have a little more security in this. Look at the 2 minute. I mean, yeah, it's going up on decreasing volume. going up on decreasing volume. I mean, it can happen, but once any of his buying, which is not that much in the first place, dries up, and what's going to happen? Still a heck of a move for Beyond Meat, BYND. Yeah, I thought maybe this one might have a little traction today, but not yet. OTLY. Huge IPO last week. Huge. When I say huge, I mean lots and lots of big names behind it, including, well, Oprah, but I mean other celebrities, but I'm not talking about those names. I'm talking about big financial names behind this one. So it really just hasn't done it. I have to stick my alert again to the high of yesterday, or Friday, yes. This is now shortable too. OTLY is now shortable at Interactive Brokers. Not that I want to short it, but I mean, I'm just noticing it is shortable. Yeah, I certainly will not play it ahead of earnings, but yeah, Riot has earnings after hours today. Nordstrom's has earnings after hour tomorrow, I believe. Yeah, after hours tomorrow. EPM looks like it wants to fade now. Oh, well, it is fading now. It doesn't look like it wants to. I mean, of course, it's fading now. I have to admit, I was very surprised with this move. I thought that bottoming tail would be the end of it. I was short up in this area. I thought that bottoming tail would just allow it to just keep going down, but it came right back up, and then the market opened and it just exploded. For me, it was very surprising. How is PSFE from YouTube? PaySave. So it's not really trading abnormally. I mean, it's basically relative volume is a little over 1. So it's trading about what it would normally be trading. So no action there. I mean, to me, there's nothing happening. You know, it's either got to break up here or break down here. There's really nothing happening. I mean, I guess if it can gain any traction at all over 1180, I guess it's got a shot to get through to 1220 or so. That to me is not enough. So let me talk just a little bit about the strength alerts. I know there seemed to be a problem this morning in getting the emails out. I'm hoping that anybody who signed up for it actually did finally get an email. So this is the strength alerts. This is a real entry level product, okay? So if you click on this link, now, first of all, strength alerts are, if you're a standard or premium subscriber, you have access to them, okay? All you have to do is go to the channel bar, the strength alert channel bar, and then you have access to the strength alerts. But this is a real entry level product, especially for those, it's only $17 a month. What's supposed to happen is Monday morning, you'll get a list of 5 stocks. You can just read through this, it explains how they're picked. And it's 5 different stocks every week. All right. And just read through this information. Again, it's very, very entry level, especially for those who perhaps don't want to sit at a computer all day long. They just want to maybe get 5 ideas a week, how you're going to trade them. I'm not sure what they're saying. And I know when it first came out, the idea was maybe to take it at the end of the day, Monday, and then sell it Monday morning, the following Monday morning. But I mean, to use them effectively, you really should try to manage the trades on your own rather than just in some truly automated way. Gerardo, yes, I can tell you what the promo code is. And then, so there's the link to my homepage where you can take out a subscription, and there's the promo code to use, okay? So when you click on my link, you're going to see another promo code. Obviously, do not use that one. You'll only get 15% off. So use the Test Drive 25. Test Drive all in capital letters. Okay? So again, you can sign up for this. See how it works for you. I mean, it's only $17 a month. See how it works for you. Let's take a look. I think this has been updated now. Okay, so this is what you get. What if you subscribe? Well, you don't have to. It's part of the standard or premium service, but there's the blurb about why a stock has been picked is here. Just like, so if you subscribe to it for $17 a month, this is the email that you get with the blurb. Again, you don't have to subscribe to it if you're a current subscriber. You get the blurb right in here about why it was selected, why a stock was selected, okay? Well, I'm not going to tell you what those. If you are a subscriber botmatized, then you can take a look at it. Otherwise, I'm not going to tell you what they are. Okay. You have to be. You either have to subscribe to the $17 a month, or if you're a current subscriber, you just have to look at the channel bar. If you're neither of those, well, you can always just subscribe to it for $17 a month. Yeah, I don't know why they don't send it out Sunday night. I thought actually they were sending it out Sunday night. I know there was a problem for this one, and I don't know what was the issue, but yeah, I don't want to say a recommendation, Grant. I really don't want to say that's a recommendation to buy Monday and then sell Monday. Okay. I mean, how you manage them really should be up to you. I mean, you might take a look. I mean, there are five ideas. 2 of them may make sense to you. Maybe they all make sense to you. Well, I guess botmatized for $17 a month. I'm just not going to do it. Okay. for $17 a month, I mean, I don't know if that seems excessive. $4, $4.50, or $4.25 a week, just to see it. Again, these are not ideas that, oh, okay, you just take the trades. They're not. It's not like that. They have been. It's an algorithm that kicks in, a ranking, and they get ranked, and it's the top 5 stocks every week. Now, does that mean they're all going to be winners? Of course not. I don't think a subscriber can get the email. You don't need the email, Ori, though. You just go to the channel because it's all there. Not just the symbols, but the blurb that people who subscribe get. I think what we're trying to do, I mean, we have an email list that is constructed just for people who subscribe. So BYSE, that's that bicycle or something? Oh, Beyond Spring. I was wrong. You know what? I don't even think I saw this one. So this is actually an earnings play, isn't it? May 24th pre-market. So it's an earnings play. Not sure why it's not showing up anywhere for me. Oh, I see. It is showing. It is showing up. I don't even know what to say about this one. I mean, you can see right here that the initial reaction was good. I mean, this was up to 11.54, but once the market opened, it just slid away. Well, again, when you say what is good, I mean, what is good? I mean, that's a good float. I mean, 20 million is fairly low. The volume is terrible, though. I mean, I will say this. I mean, the volume is terrible. For usually when stocks, even stocks that aren't traded that much, when they have earnings, usually, that's the day that their volume will tend to explode a little bit. So I wouldn't take this because, I mean, yeah, it's 1.3 times normal, but it's only 135,000 shares. So consequently, this, to me, it's just not liquid enough. Now, there was some volume that just came in. That looks like it's about a quarter of the volume for the day, right there. Now, listen, it could pick up. I mean, nothing's saying it won't pick up, but right now, it's kind of dicey. Yeah, I mean, look at this 2-minute chart. I mean, to me, a 5-minute chart is just all over the place, like chop, up, down, up, down. A little bit better on the 15. I know it's an earnings play, but again, just not interesting to me. I mean, it's a big drop. It's a Swiss stock. This is a Swiss stock. I mean, if it took out 4, then it's got a shot to get down to 360. It's just not interesting enough for me. We're right now in, we're sort of seeing the dregs of earnings. Companies that are releasing earnings. These really cheap ones. Just to me, they're just not interesting enough. A little break here for Twitter, guys. Little break. Look at this little break here for Twitter. What's the high over here? 57.63. You can just kind of see if it takes out 57.63 either later on today or tomorrow. I mean, look at the potential fill. So this was earnings. This was the reaction to earnings. Okay, released after hours on the 29th. So this is the 30th. There is the reaction. Well, this is kind of boring, this VSTM. I think if it takes out 4, it could really get going, but right now it's kind of boring. Just a minute, please. Sorry about that. Ooh, look at this one, the PLXP. Watching this one right around here, and it took off again. I am not on mute, no. I put myself on mute for 1 minute, but I was not on mute. PLXP. Another one I don't see any news on. 0 news on PLXP. I mean, guys, yeah, here are the earnings plays. You see how cheap they are, okay? And really, yeah, MIC, but it's cheap. I mean, there's not really any one of them that has really big volume. And the ones that do are very cheap. I mean, there's $1.73, $2.05, $1.08, $3.53. Just really cheap ones. Gordon, I know you're trying to put together this scan that looks just at earnings. I don't think you're going to be too satisfied until next earnings season really starts again. Guys, look at GME. It broke out. It's breaking out again. Okay, guys, VSTN maybe starting to go now. And the volume is coming in. Volume is starting to come in to VSTM. Let's see on the two. Nothing dramatic though. I'm looking on the 2-minute chart. 5-minute chart though. What time is it right now? 1:33. So 1:34 almost. So this has one more minute. If a little bit more volume comes in, it'll be at least up to this one, and maybe if the volume keeps pouring in, it can get to be like this one right there. I mean, that's what we're looking for. I want to see some volume coming in, some enthusiasm. There it goes, guys. VSTM now through 4. Now look at the volume coming in. See that? Look at the volume. Look at that. This is almost going to be the biggest volume bar of the day. Another 13 seconds or so for this to close, but it's almost like the one at 11:35. Hydra, you're so funny. Well, I tried to have some patience with your MCF. Where did that get me? Well, this has been I mean, look, there obviously things moved. We had some nice ones in here, but certainly slowing down now. A lot of times I see a little bit of move between 1:30 and 3. I'm not seeing too many, but you know what? Out of nowhere, we might get something in this window. I mean, look at it. Wow, the PLXP is really zipping now. I'm not in this one, unfortunately. Yeah, this would not show up in the option scanner. The option volume is too light. Only 686 contracts a day. It needs to be 2,000 to be in this option scanner. It's trading almost 4 times or 8 times normal, but the number of contracts is just not good enough. Well, there's even a cross happening right there for XPAV on the daily chart. Trying to happen anyway. There's the ADMA trying to cross above the 20 SMA. Okay, I know there's a little drop here, but again, this is a buyout, so I would not, even if it drops a little bit, I doubt it's going to drop very much. I'm talking about the MMAC. How can you print a file? Not sure I know what you mean. I mean, you can copy and paste them into something, if that's what you mean, but... Yeah, you can't save them. You know, you can copy and paste, all right, and then put them into a Word document, and then from there create the PDF. I don't think you can't save them directly as a PDF. You just, and what are you talking about? Are you talking about just the symbols? What, like when you say, like what are you trying to save as PDF? Just the symbols themselves? No, not, it can't be, right? Oh, I see, the whole thing to read. Okay, so you can do something like this, I guess. Yeah, I'm not sure. You might have to elongate this screen as big as you can. I don't know if you can do it. You know, I mean, obviously you do a print screen and then get it into a Word document, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure if you can get everything all at once. Don't know. Yeah, guys, I just can't get too excited about this one unless it takes out that high at some point, 23.24 for the OTLY. I just can't get too excited about it. It's been a bit of a disappointment, I think. I mean, to intraday trade it, great if you caught it here and, you know, captured that move up. But looking to go forward, though, I mean, if it takes out that high of 2 days of yesterday or Friday, maybe it can get really going. Speaking of going, Riot. Again, if you can handle the whippiness of these sort of stocks, but there's Riot. Nice little break here over the whole number 24. And Mara, I think, is just underneath the whole number, I believe. Yeah, just underneath the whole number. What is the discount code? You see, I love those questions. Okay, there it is, test drive 25, all in capital letters, except for the numeric 25, of course. Now you click on my link and just follow these instructions. And again, you'll see Barry for Alpha for 15% off. Obviously, don't use that. Use this promo code right there. Am I able to short UPST with IB? And the answer is not right now anyway. It's possible it was available earlier. It's not a big red dot, so it's not saying, you know, you can never short it. It's just saying right now they're not available. All right, just give me a moment, please. Not if they're readily available. If they're not readily available, then I just don't do it. KK. No, you cannot do that. MPS, no. All right, guys. Well, we're getting into the time of the day where it's getting very, for me anyway, very boring. Hardly any new alerts. Not getting any new sound alerts whatsoever. So, great time to ask questions if you have questions. You can ask questions all day long, of course, but you know, right now, I'm just kind of biding my time. All right. Well, VIPS, actually, you know, VIPS hasn't been terrible. You know, a little dip there, but VIPS from 23.18, 23.72 now. I'm just looking at my watch list. So let's just see how well it did perform. So PDSB at 948, 895 was the trigger. So what did it do after that? It got up to 916. I mean, not terrible, but nothing fantastic. AMC though, 1284, got up to 1398. That was great. The aforementioned VIPS is not doing too badly. It did pull back. I don't think ADES did. Oh, well, you know what? 713, 730 now. I mean, it's not terrible. You know, that's a decent percentage move. I don't think the CCL. Yeah, CCL has not really moved that much. Then on the downside, the EDU, 1008. Well, we know what happened there. 1008 got down to 920 after that pull up. This MOXC 1350, I don't think it really moved down. Well, okay, 1350. It got down to 1315 before it took off. And then the ENVB 242, not bad, 227 on a percentage basis. That's not bad. So, I mean, the watch list didn't do too badly today. It'll only take the alert the first time, Asiri. So, you know, for instance here, VIPS, if I had this, was backtesting, it would only take VIPS the first time, as an example. I don't really. I mean, I know where it is, but I'm not. I know where the VWAP is. Like I know where the 200 day. I mean, I pay way more attention to the 200 day. I'm not as in tune where the VWAP is all the time. Yeah, I've never used the anchored VWAP. You know, I've never used it. If you can use it and you can make money doing it, that's fantastic. Oh, I thought you had a misprint. The O. I thought you were I hit a misprint. I don't know what VWAO is then. Oh, it is the anchored VWAP. Oh, okay. So I answered you before, RD89, maybe you didn't hear me. I mean, this is my opinion, 15% would be, to me, a pretty high float percent. Others may have a different idea. Your dream. Oh, I see. I see. Your dream. Oh, I see. It includes hardware. Ha! Well, it's worth it just for the TradingView mug. I thought you meant they were actually giving like a setup. So this, in theory, what this is supposed to do? The question is, what is the competitors on the single stock window? What is it? What is it doing? So if I click on CCL, I should see other. There's NCLH. Somewhere down here is probably RCL. I should see similar companies. Okay. And so, how are in other words, competitors? AMC, there's IMAX, CNK, MCS. These are all theater related. So if you were saying, well, AMC's doing well, how about CNK? What's it doing? Yeah, not bad. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? And then MCS is another cheaper one. The best way to short Bitcoin, I have no idea. I mean, obviously you have to have a platform that you can trade Bitcoin. However, if you could always, GBTC, if you can short this, yeah, you can. I mean, this is almost like a proxy for Bitcoin. Ah, yes, you have to cancel the stop loss every time. I see. I didn't think of that, Zoe. Yes, you're right. Yeah, there are some that you cannot short, but I know Michael Noss, for instance. I think he was short Bitcoin for sure. I don't know what. I think he uses Kraken, something like that. But it will not. But some platforms that you can buy and short Bitcoin do not allow you to short every single coin out there. Yeah, BTC. Yeah, so I've never done anything with Bitcoin. IB doesn't. Yeah, you need a Bitcoin platform. IB doesn't have it. But I mean, GBTC follows Bitcoin really closely. Yeah, he's just not in today. Yeah, it's funny, all the stuff about Bitcoin, it kind of floats all around me. I don't really pay, I know of Bitcoin, of course. I have an idea what the price is. I have an idea what's going on with, how it can be very, very, obviously very volatile. And I'm aware of what Elon does and all that. But other than that, it doesn't really interest me. I don't try to, I have no interest in getting a Bitcoin trading platform so I can trade it. I find there's enough action with stocks for me. I do not, I do not want to become a Bitcoin miner. Zoe, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. You'd have to really contact them, okay? I don't use IB like that. I don't, because I don't put auto stops in because I'm not in enough trades at the same time. So I'm always managing my exits on my own. So I don't have to do an auto exit. So I've never tried it. Maybe somebody who's using IB in the room. If you put a stop loss in, let's just okay. Let's you buy something at $10. You put a stop at 9. You sell it for it goes up. You sell it for 12. My feeling is the stop loss probably disappears. Am I right? Yeah, but but the question is, once you sell the stock, does your stop loss disappear? So that somehow, if it moves down to that stop loss price, it doesn't trigger a short. No, in B plus, yes, but what about if you just use IB? Yeah, that's what I thought. So I don't know if it's a bug exactly within. I mean, to me, it doesn't make sense that it stays there. And that's connected to your live account, not just in the simulator. So it's not. So you got to really be careful then. So I want to ask that question again. I'm just getting an absolute confirmation right now. Guys, keep an eye on Crex now. CREX. Keep an eye on Crex. It's just maybe going to, if it, you know, to break this out. I mean, this had a big start to the day. Got up to 2. It's a low float, 8 million in the float. Just keep an eye on this one if it really starts to break out. But you know what, on volume, we need volume. Always need volume. I'm just trying to get a confirmation on here, guys, because Michael is saying the stop should cancel. All right. So, how did you get out of the trades? Because I'm told that flat. Well, you know what? Let's just do it. Let me put a stop in here. Add the stop order. Okay. I'm going to put a stop in at 380. Okay. I'm going to add. Now I'm going to flatten this trade. Okay. I'm looking at my orders. I have a stop submitted. I'm going to go to positions. I'm going to flatten this trade. I'm going to flatten. Okay, I'm out of the trade. And the stop was canceled. Okay, so who asked that question a long time ago? So I don't know, how did you get out of the trade in the first place? Ah, you sold. Okay. Next time, flatten. You saw what I did. You saw what I did, right? When I flattened it, that got rid of the stop also. The font size in the news window, I don't think so. I am not 100% sure. I don't want to mess around. Okay, you know what I'll do? I don't think so. Because here is the, so here's the font size I'm using. I I don't think you, okay, if you're asking if you can go in and just change the font size here, no. Okay, and leave everything else the same. That is a for sure no. Okay, so if you're asking, can I take this window and change the font size and not change anything else? The answer is no. I guess that makes sense. Like flatten, flatten everything about this. I guess that makes sense. Whereas cell, I'm trying to figure out how the system is looking at it. Yeah, so Mustafa, I'm going to have to disappoint you again. This has been made available to me now, so that because I'm displaying my screen all day long, so it makes the chart a lot more visible. The symbol. This is something that is being worked on though, so that we can. We're not a full-blown charting package, but a lot of work now is being done on the charts so that you can have things like gradients and probably control the look and feel of the chart a lot more. But right now you can't. I cannot tell you when it's going to happen, but right now you cannot. Ask me a question that I can say yes to. Okay. All right, give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Well, this has got a ton of room. I mean, this VSTM, if you can get up to this level, 467, it may not happen today, but you know, if it gets up here at some point, I mean, look at the room it's got. Look at that monthly chart. I don't know about APM. I mean, you know, this is my short one in the pre-market. Yeah, I mean, it's not, yeah, it might be. I mean, there could be some support right around here at 257. Could be. So it's not that far, far away. It's not shortable now. Interesting. It was shortable for me in the pre-market. Not shortable now at Interactive Brokers. It will, they'll, you know, I'm sure it'll come back once people start covering, but it doesn't help you now, does it? You know, AMC now is starting to move while GME is starting to move down a little bit. Market has been strong all day. We have not had one pullback. Well, I shouldn't say that. I mean, on the 15, I guess that was a little pullback right there. But other than that, not it wasn't very serious. Maybe. I mean, it's you know, it's down 10 cents. I mean, I don't know. It depends how much you're looking for. I mean, looks like there's decent support right around 350, so it's at 368 right now. To me, it's just not exciting enough. Yeah, surging on that upgrade, guys. I mean, it's got room to 135. Look, I mean, look at that daily chart. Lots of resistance up in that area, but that's what, $13, $14 away, $15 away. Oh, look at AGS. AGS. Don't think I really noticed this all day long. Look at a nice break on the weekly chart. I mean, this is the first day, of course, of the week. Nice break. Monthly, it's got, let's see, some resistance around 12.28, so that's a little over $1 away, but $1.30 away. Right on that monthly chart. BBW. That's Babcock and no, sorry, that's just Build a Bear. Build a Bear. Ooh, nice short if you got it. Yeah, it is shortable too. Well, guys, this is turning into a very boring Monday for me now. I mean, I had a lot of good action in the morning, but right now, just kind of boring. Twilio? This is way outside the price range I'll trade, but yeah, well, there's the 200-day moving average. So obviously, if I can pop through that, that's way outside the price range that I trade. But I mean, I can see right there. I mean, there's the 200-day, 324.43, 320. So it's 43 cents below. Another one that's trying to move right now is that ANVS. They did the financing, got whacked down on the financing, had a big flurry this morning all the way up to 70. Gap up and go now for space. So this is, I can't remember who asked the question before, but you see how space was a gap up and reverse, a gap up and reverse. Now it is a gap up and go. Wouldn't see it here because the don't repeat is on, and you can only see the symbol one time, regardless of how many different strategies it could trigger from. That's why, it's good to have this window open also. So, this is a bit of an anomaly. I mean, it doesn't happen that often, but it does happen. But again, guys, that 200-day moving average looms above it, not that far away. Less than $1 away for space. Well, if you've got a spare $200,000 to $250,000, you too can book a flight or a seat on the spacecraft. What are they thinking, that 2022 they'll start to be able to do it? Not worth it, in my opinion. If you've got the 200 or 250, it means it's a drop in the bucket for you. Yeah, right. That is, I just have a thumbnail, JB. I have a thumbnail on another monitor. So that's where I saw it. Guys, take a look at MVIS. And again, wow, what a recovery. I mean, while this was happening, GME and AMC were ripping higher. It took a while, but obviously the WSB boys have got a hold of it now. Boys and girls have got a hold of this now. And look at the volume that is coming in. MVIS. What a day in the market. I mean, this has just been a great. Take a look at the SPY, and in relation to, yeah, I mean, we're almost back to that all-time high. Sky is falling. No, it isn't. Yes, it is. No, it isn't. Yeah, I mean, you're right. It is breaking down. SFT is definitely starting to break down. This is an all-time low. Financing is hitting it hard. All right, guys. Well, we're getting close. About another half an hour to go. So I think what I'll do right now is just go over a couple things, a few things from my homepage. Again, I've been getting this question all day long. So this is the promo code you can use. Okay, so this is the promo code you can use right there. Test Drive 25 for 25% off the first month only or the entire year. But as always, if you start off with a monthly subscription, within 30 days you decide, yeah, I love the program, I want to maybe upgrade to an annual, you can do so and we'll honor the 25% promo code. I believe this code, well, for sure, it'll run till Wednesday, 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time, okay, for sure. Possible that it'll go another a day after, but for sure till Wednesday, 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time. And more information, if you click on my link, more information on my homepage, Trade of the Week, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Stock of the Day video right here. List of all the scans I'm sharing, plus my layout. Okay, there's my layout. This is the layout that you see, plus all the individual scans, more than the scans that you can see, including, of course, the gap continuation or reverse. And then the big education section right here. If you do if you do decide to take out a subscription, really recommend you take the 20 lessons. You know, what is a top list? What is an alert window? Creating them. Introduction to the cloud. Information about the AI. We nickname it Holly. So a lot of information. The daily support sessions, YouTube between 12 and 1. Daily webinars. I think we're back. Well, you know what? Let me just make sure. Well, let's assume it is, okay? So Monday to Thursday, 5 o'clock Eastern time, you can sign up for them all right here. And if you miss it, it's okay. You don't have to watch it live. But if you sign up, they'll send you an email with the webinar. It is back to normal, yes. Thanks. It is back to normal. Just got the okay. Educational videos, starting trade ideas from scratch, more of a blurb about the AI. Back to basics if you're new to trading. It starts off with what is a stock? Intro to charts, candlesticks, etc. Okay, so a great little video series if you're brand new to trading. Trading ebooks that we created. So again, a lot of information on my homepage. So my recommendation is that all you have to do is just save the link because, again, a lot of information. The education section and the scan section, I don't expect you to go over all this while you're in the room. All right, we have a little hungry candidate beside me. Just a minute. Boy, there's a big pot for Mara, and I believe it is a red bar ignored on the 15-minute chart. Yes, it is. Look at that. Look at that red bar ignored on the 15-minute chart. So if you're unfamiliar with that, you have an uptrend right here. 4-bar uptrend. You have a red candle totally engulfed by the previous green one. The next candle is green, taking out the high of that previous red candle. So look at it this way. You've got a trend, a pause in the trend, a continuation. Yeah, well, we have one, but I don't like it because we can't put enough filters in. But we do if you are a premium subscriber. You see we've got premium RBI and GBI, so we do have them here. This one would have met on the 15-minute. That would have met the bill or fit the conditions. I just wish there were more filters you could put in place. That's all. You can do okay, red bar ignored. Let's take a look. So of course you have an entry and stop, but here are the so you have a minimum. You can put a price range, the minimum volume, 5-day volume, and the volume percent. I don't like this one during market hours. I'd like to see relative volume. I'd like to see maybe even up or down a certain percent, things like that. What I'd really like is to be able to add all the filters that we have. Not add them all, but have them available. The main difference between standard and premium, the main difference is the AI, okay? There are some other differences. You can have 20 charts in premium, 10 in standard. That RBI and GBI is a difference. But the main difference is the AI, have access to these, as a watch list all day long. You have an entry, you have a stop. How you manage the trade will be up to you. That is the main difference, though, really. If you're into back testing and if you had a strategy and you wanted to back test it to see how well it would perform, you need our premium service also. That is a very advanced topic. Most of our customers do not do that. This could be an interesting one after hours, guys. VSTM. You know, if it holds this level like this, in other words, if it doesn't drop a lot, holds this level right here, this could be really interesting after hours. See how it does into the close, and then watch it after hours, because I mean, look at the volume. It's 18 times normal. It's a big float, 169 million in the float, so it is a big float. But even with that float, 27, it's up 27%. Man, this AGS, it's still moving here. I mean, it had a bit of a dip here, but it's still moving. A little bit choppy though. You know, seeing these bottoming tails and topping tails. If it holds 11, well, see that volume that came in there, but it didn't pop it at all. I do see. Yep. I cannot. I won't talk about ANVS too much because it can be a killer, you know, both on the upside and the downside, of course. But you know, if you're going to trade it, it'll be up to you. But 4 million in the float for a $60 a share company is that's a very, very low float for that share price. So if you're saying Tesla is sick, that has to mean that it is going up. So yeah, a little nervy last week. I mean, it was well below, well, quite a bit below the 200-day moving average. Tried to get above it on Friday, didn't quite make it. Closed down here, but $10. But now it looks like it wants to take that 200 out. And, you know, would it surprise anybody if it starts to attack this void here? Meanwhile, AGS is just, yeah, wow. I don't know about that one. The SCPS? Okay, so that's what you don't want to see. I mean, with the VSCM, what I don't want to see is for this to continue down, down, down. You know, well, I mean, that would be a pretty big drop if it got down to 350. I'd love to see it just sit in this area, It doesn't have to, close right at the high. And then in the pre-market and after hours, you might see a bit of a surge. Because other traders are going to be looking at this monthly chart and saying, man, look where this could go. Certainly not just me. Well, you may be right. I mean, that's not a red bar ignored. Exactly. Not totally engulfed by the previous green candle. But I probably would have to take 12.19 out, that high right there. And if it does that, yeah, I mean, it's got a shot, I suppose. I'd like to see that. It's just not a true red bar ignored. Well, your SFT, if you took it, yeah, it's not terrible. I mean, it's still, there's the alert. I mean, it didn't do anything for a long, long time. 643. I mean, it's down to 630, but definitely not too many alerts today. Probably get a few more tomorrow. I mean, there will be some earnings plays. Oh, KK, I don't know. I mean, somebody asked, does space still look good for tomorrow? Well, here's the deal. I mean, you can just see right there. There's the 200-day moving average, 26.44. It's not, or 42. It's not that far away from it. I mean, that could block it right there. Could. And the news over the weekend. Another successful launch, and really, hopefully, gearing up to 2022 for commercial flights. I mean, you got to believe in the story, I guess. But I'd be a little worried right now about that 200-day moving average. Yeah, I agree. We really haven't had a dip in the market at all. I mean, a minor one right there on the SPY, which corresponded right there. But yeah, really, I mean, not just that was a minor dip. That's it. Well, here's one of those big bottoming tails, guys, that, I don't know, could be interesting. It may, I mean, it was trying to drop down here, a little green candle. If that turns red, you could see this being filled in, potentially. I'll be right back. This is the news that Zach is talking about. I find IB is pretty good for getting pretty up-to-date news. Even we have the news. Well, Seeking Alpha, yeah, we have the news here. When I say even we, there we are. So you're trying to tell me Fidelity and E-Trade did not have this news at all? Well, guys, this has been maybe one of the more boring Mondays that I can remember. For me, anyway. I'm not saying there's nothing been moving, but nothing sustained. No, good on you for the SFT. If you took the SFT, I just didn't think it would be that dynamic. But not a bad little move from 645 down to 625 percentage basis. Not bad. and moving down further too. Well, I really think it has to take 4 again, VSTM. This one's sort of crazy. This has been on the option scanner, I think, the last 4 days in a row, BBIG. Yeah, I find that IB is pretty darn good. I mean, for call it a free service. I mean, you're not paying extra for. Well, I don't think so. Anyway, I don't know. Maybe we are paying extra for news. I don't know. Yeah, GME is starting to tank here. I guess it ain't going to hit that 200. Did I say ain't? It's not going to hit that 200. Nielsen having a good day. NLSN, not a bad day. A little bit of a pop out of this. You can see out of this. What does it has for resistance? About 28.16. So, I mean, it's got about 50 cents. Nothing fantastic. A little Southern came out. Well, guys, space on the move. Space is on the move. What's the pre-market high? Was right up here, 26.56. Again, there's the 200-day moving average. Getting closer and closer. Unavailable to buy, really. It's unavailable to short right now at Interactive Brokers, but certainly not to buy. Yeah, good, good. I mean, I know somebody was looking at this SFT for a while. Good, good for you. I mean, I just did not think it would be this dynamic. It's not bad at all now. I mean, if you go from 650 down to close to 6, I mean, that's a great percentage move. All right, guys. Well, we're getting close to the end. Any other questions coming stored up? LevTech. Wow. Welcome back. You're all signed up. And Tank. Well, you had to be comfortable. You've been in here. You've been in the room for quite a while, so you had to get comfortable, which is cool. You got to get comfortable with the program. One moment, please. Mavis, yeah, Mavis is interesting. I mean, it's gone almost diametrically opposite to what GME is doing now. And yet, in theory, these are both Reddit stocks, WSB stocks. Maybe they're running out of money. But they're definitely looking at this one. Well, space just keeps moving higher, guys. Getting closer, and it's going to be, to me anyway, it's always fascinating when you see a stock getting close to its 200-day moving average. And look at it. It's getting right there. 2642, 2614, getting closer and closer. Yeah, ready to take a stand there, Cam. Yeah, I can't remember anymore what she's doing regarding space or really anything other than buying the dips. All right, guys, if there are no more questions, I think I'll just wrap it up. One thing I'm going to keep an eye on in the last hour is well, maybe not VSTM. It's just starting to slide away. It would have to stop pretty soon, come right back, get close to the highs, stabilize a little bit, and then see what happens after hours. All right. Yeah, it's 2:59, so I think I'll wrap it up. 30 seconds left, so I think I'll wrap it up. So thanks a lot, everybody. Hopefully a little, for me anyway, a little more action tomorrow. Sustained action. I had some really nice trades, but just not all day. Hey, well, we have a, I'm going to say we have a halt, but one of those crazy symbols. So I'm just getting my script together. All right, guys, we'll see you tomorrow. I shall open the room tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. Just a minute. There we go. That's what I wanted to do. Just a minute. If I could spell Tuesday, I'd be out of here. Just a minute. All right, guys. Okay, so we'll see you tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. Bye-bye.